Good morning and welcome to another coverage of the West Indies Rising Star on the 15 Championship for 2025. We are live here in Balbeef, Liberta to bring you the match today between Trinidad and Tobago and the Windward Islands. We can greet you with the news that Trinidad and Tobago won the toss this morning and elected to field first. So the Windward Islands, they're going to have first knock, and Trinidad and Tobago, they picked Caden Pollard, Zion Phillip, Dylan Lee Chow, Davis Guerrera, Laurel Giuseppe, Sanjeev Bachu, Jordan Julian, Riley Gangu, Ethan Ramcharan, Samuel Stewart, and Jaden Sadafal. So, Trinidad and Tobago, they're about to bowl the first delivery of this match. First delivery is bang on target. Samuel Stewart opening the bowling for Trinidad and Tobago. Today, the medium-fast bowler. The Windward Islands today, they have selected Joshon Joseph, Janiel Williams, Javian Benjamin, Jordan Charles, Jamie Wickham, Dylan John, Delroy Tittle, Caleb Charles, Kyle Stephen, Keelan Christmas, and Darwin Lewis. And Kyle Stephen was a late replacement for Alex Armstrong, who became ill just before the match. Second delivery, again bang on target by Samuel Stewart for TNT. So the Windward Islands yet to get off the mark. Let me just tell you that it's we have sunshine now. We started with an overcast morning with rain all around, all about. Some ominous clouds were overhead. We had just a little drizzle, maybe about 5 or so minutes before the toss this morning. But the ground staff were able to get the covers on and off very quickly. Again, this delivery is outside the line of the off stump. So Samuel Stewart, not as sharp or as quick as we saw in the first match we covered here between the Jamaica and Barbados team. The opening bowler Samuel Stewart is more of a medium pacer. If we say that, not very quick, not very sharp, not something like Richardson that we saw from Jamaica that was nice and brisk, or the two opening Hines and others that we saw from Barbados. This is Stewart, and one that is taking the batsman high up on the thigh pad. And the left-handed Darwin Lewis. 4 deliveries, yet to score. So the sunshine is with us. Not as bright as we would have seen before. The first run is had. The one is stayed down to third man. As I say good morning to my co-commentator. Of course, he is Asha Murray Cornelius. And Asha, the folks liked you on the debut. And I got some messages from all over. Message from over in Montserrat. Somebody said to tell you to continue to work hard, keep up the good work. They liked the perspective that you brought to the game. So happy to be with you again this morning, Asha.
Yes, good morning to one and all. Good morning to all of the spectators and supporters alike tuning in to this round 2 match between Trinidad and Tobago and the Windward Islands.
So, the end of the first over, just 2 runs coming from it. A different pitch we're playing on today, though. We have shifted, 2 pitches over from the pitch that we played on for the first match. And so far, so good for this pitch. It doesn't seem as maybe as lively as the other pitch, or maybe the bowler is just not as quick as the other one.
Well, yes, I do believe it's different bowlers. Is a good pitch, a lot of grass, good even covering of grass. But I don't think that these bowlers have the same pace I think they bring a different challenge to the batsman, the Windward Islands batsman today, more so accuracy and swing as opposed to seam and bounce and pace from the Barbadian under 15 team.
Certainly. So we will see how the Windward Islands approach this one. They had a win in their first encounter. They defeated the Leeward Islands, the Windward Islands, and Trinidad and Tobago, after having a very good start against the Guyanese team, fell away and eventually lost their first match. So both teams today, Trinidad more so than Windward, would want to get their tournament up and running. His first delivery from the left-handed
Sadafal. Yes, first delivery from the
Jaden
number
Sadafal.
23 bowler Jaden Sadafal. Full and straight left arm over the wicket, swinging in. I guess he's going to be attacking the stumps and the front pad for LBW and bowled.
He has 2 slips in place. This one he was appealing to the umpire, but more in hope than in anticipation, because that one was heading towards the leg side.
Well, yes, looking at his action, he has a bit of a round arm action with his seam upright, presented well to the batsman. He's aiming for the stumps, so once again, LBW and bowled may be his main mode of dismissal here today.
This one is down the leg side and is called wide by umpire Bernard Joseph, who is at that far end. Who is this umpire at this northern end? Is that
Bernard Joseph?
At the southern end. Sorry,
Correct.
Is this Shekels again?
Yes,
Yeah,
umpire Donald Shekels, that square leg there, and standing umpire Bernard Joseph.
Is a full pitch delivery, but it's wide of the batter. No damage done in the end. Let me just have a look at it again. That one just slipped away from him and was very wide.
Yeah, just not getting it right there. Just trying
Didn't
to
see
manage.
anything called from the umpire. Did you see a call?
No, there was no call.
Wide or no ball? Nothing. Interesting. They get a quick single as this is working this one into the onside field. There's no run. I thought umpire Bernard Joseph might have missed that one, because look at that one. That one, if we were, I think it's gone, but that at best a wide should have been.
Well, just giving a bit of leeway to the young fast bowler, you know. But the follow-up delivery was a lot better, challenging the inside edge from young Sadafal. But yes, it could be dipping. It's not troubling the batsman at all.
It's not troubling the batsman, but at least I think that should have been even a wide.
A little leeway given.
Here is he driving a delivery right up to him. Is the left-handed Tittle? Is that Tittle?
No, that's Derwin Lewis, number 5.
Lewis, the left-handed opening batsman for the Windward Islands.
I think this is a change in opening partnership from their first match against Barbados, if I'm not mistaken.
Would have to just probably check the stats outside the line of the off stump. Taken behind.
Yeah, and that's the end of the second over of the innings. The Windward Islands on the 15, 4 without loss. And a good steady start so far by the Trinidadian fast bowlers. Not getting it right for some deliveries in the first over by Sadafal, but he's just working his way into his spell. And we see Samuel Stewart, number 60, continuing from the pavilion end.
So Stewart now has 2 slips. There's a man at third man. Point is square. Then he has a extra cover mid-off, mid-on, straightish mid-wicket. Here is he in, and this one, the batsman, between 2 minds. He not playing a defensive, was thinking of playing an attacking shot, and then halfway through, just sort of cocked the ball up, as we would say, into the air. No damage done in the end. There are no close-in fielders.
It just seems like he was a bit early there on the shot. Just not picking up the pace of Stewart just yet. Just has to play in his eye. But interestingly, Stewart is bowling without any fine leg or square leg fielders. So the plan is pretty clear. Pitch it up outside the off stump. Get in it to swing away. And hopefully catch the edge where there is 2 slips waiting.
This is Stewart. So Stewart is trusting his ability to bowl one side of the pitch. If we look, we see that he has a 7-2 field, which means that he is thinking that his control is good enough, that he can bowl one side, that he can risk that acres of space on that leg side there. Nothing from the umpire all the way down to fine leg. Here's a loud appeal. Not out, says the umpire. That one was a little bit quicker. The batsman again, just a little late this time. Earlier we saw him playing early. This time he was a little bit late. Oh, probably didn't read the line of that one too well. Probably still in his nervous state, Delroy Tittle.
From the looks of it, from my vantage point, it may have been a straight delivery. He's bowled some outswingers so far, and that one would have been the one to keep straight, attacking the stumps, but maybe sliding down.
Short of a delivery and just steering this one away. Down to the backward point region, just for a single.
Yes, an attempted short ball from Stewart, it looks like. A little effort ball there and just guided down to the third man region quite comfortably for Tittle for 1.
If you notice something about Stewart's approach, it almost looks as if he slows up just before he gets to the crease. And on that occasion, you could see that he was almost just gathering up the effort there to put a little bit more into that one.
That's correct. It's a lovely start so far by Trinidad.
Here is he, bowling him. So just lifting his head and swinging and missing it completely. Delroy Tittle has to go. Is that Tittle? No, Derwin Lewis. Lewis, the left-hander, just playing all over that one from Samuel Stewart. Got his stumps knocked down. Windward Islands losing their first wicket, their 4-for-1.
Yeah, you could see here by the replay, there is the swing. Seam presentation lovely. In swing to the left-hander, full and straight. And the batsman looking to go over the top, but not holding his position. And his head just went up a little too early, taking his eyes off the ball. And it snuck through between bat and pad. And he was bowled. So Windward Islands, it looks to be 5-for-1.
It looks as if it's Jordan Charles, number 18, who is coming in to bat.
Yes, in at number 3 for the Windward Islands, Jordan Charles. But yes, I guess this is the difference in bowling here being faced by Windwards today. This is a lot fuller and with a lot more swing than what they would have competed against with Barbados. But a good ball nonetheless by the young Stewart. And unlucky for Derwin Lewis.
So Charles coming out. I wonder if he's related to our Charles. Famous Mohammed Charles of Liberta, a batsman. One of the persons who we are missing here in Antigua and Barbuda. He's my uncle. My mom actually is a Charles, her surname.
From the Windwards?
No, she's definitely from Antigua.
Well, you never know, we
but
are
you never
all
know,
one
we're
people.
all one people. Here is Samuel Stewart to the new batsman. Yorker length delivery to start. Dug out by Charles. There's no run.
Yes, so at the end of the third over, Windward Islands 5 for 1. And what I would like to see from Windward Islands today with the batting is just to kind of conserve wickets and try and minimize as much risk as possible while still taking advantage of the power play. So if you're unknown to ODI cricket, in the first 10 overs, 2 men are allowed outside of the 30-yard circle. So as the opening batsman or the number 3 batsman, it would be advantageous to you to take full toll or full advantage of said fielding restrictions. Here we see Sadafal around the wicket, this time to Delroy Tittle.
I think personally that he should have just looked to stay over the wicket, especially with 2 slips in place, and try to just push that ball towards the slip region.
Well, I think he may be hoping for more assistance with that angle from over the wicket.
He's driving, but just a single as the fielders are deep on the edge of the 30-yard circle. Pleasant looking drive that though.
Good shot nonetheless by Tittle. Good shot. Head and weight into the line of the ball, and the ball swinging right onto the bat where he could take a single.
Barbados 5 without loss versus the Leeward Islands at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. And Guyana versus Jamaica is yet to get underway at ARG, Antigua Recreation Ground, the famous Antigua Recreation Grounds, hosting their first cricket match, in a while, back at the Antigua Recreation Grounds today.
So this is truly a different challenge here for the Windward Islands batsmen that I'm sure they're capable of combating. And this is all a part of the youngsters' preparation and development in the game, facing different challenges. And this is a lovely shot here by Jordan Charles.
But he hit it straight to the fielder at that cover position, just knocked it down. It was hit really sweetly by Charles. Had that gone and a foot left or right, that certainly would have been a boundary.
Most definitely.
Just gets a single for it.
Most definitely. That's a good shot. And that's what you would want from your batsman early up in the innings, to capitalize on the bad balls. A bit over pitched there by Sadafal, and he leaned into it beautifully and let the hands flow through the ball.
Here is he, out leg before. Coming forward and missing that one is Delroy Tittle, and the ball taking him on the front pad, and umpire Bernard Joseph sends him on his way. We'll just have a look at it again, coming around the wicket. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Pitching just on or about off stump and angling back towards the stumps, hitting him on the back pad? Right in front of
right in front. Anything below the knee roll, is height-wise pretty good, and in terms of line, I guess he was plumb in front, adjudged by umpire Bernard Joseph, and the second wicket falls for the Windward Islands within the first 5 overs. 7 for 2. In at number 4 for the Windward Islands, we see number 25, Jamie Wickham, making his way to the crease.
Jamie Wickham, strongly built batter. Trinidad and Tobago would be very happy with the start.
Yes,
so far they've gotten a dream start, getting 2 early wickets.
Yes, it seems to be A very clear-cut plan by the Trinidadian opening bowlers, and they're executing well so far. Full and straight, and we're going to challenge them with swing and accuracy here today.
So Wickham, also a left-handed batsman, strongly built. He faces now a Sadafal, comes in. He covers up and plays this one into the offside field, no run.
Yes, very well played for the first ball by Jamie Wickham. Got right in behind that first one there, back and across, and just plays it down into the offside. As you can see here again, lovely solid defense there. Back and across, meeting the line of the ball, covering it well.
Watching it as well, you can see that his head, his eyes were watching the ball right onto the bat. Good sign that from Wickham.
Yes, very good signs here. I mean, if is it that we could have gotten a single there, just dropped it there, and a bit more urgency. I guess rotating the strike would be a lot better, but nonetheless, very well defended. We see Stewart continuing from the pavilion end.
And this time he's going to get runs here. Nice shot, just turning it away. Maybe just a little bit risky in the sense that he seemed to just lock that. He had locked that right leg and was playing around his pad, but it affected the shot confidently, and he was able to get 2 runs in Jordan Charles.
Yes, maybe not exactly where the bowler would have wanted it, but steered down to fine leg where they could get to, and another addition to the score.
He's driving this time with a little bit more time in, but straight to the fielder. There.
Yeah, straight to mid wicket right there, but a good shot. Meeting the middle of the bat, it looks like, because that ball raced to mid wicket.
The ball seems to come well off of his bat. Once it middles, it travels. Samuel Stewart again. This time down the leg side, called wide, just allowing it to go by down the leg side. Into the gloves of wicketkeeper Lee Chow. Dylan Lee Chow. And there is no run.
Yeah, the batsman just moving inside the line of that one and just allowing it to pass down the leg side. Collect another run to the score.
Here is Stewart in, and this one is turned away into the mid-wicket region. They're just going to get 1. As again, Jordan Charles just tapping that one almost into the mid-wicket region. I'm thinking that especially with him getting in line with those deliveries so quickly, could probably have a little bit more force on those strokes. That one, you could see that he was in place quite a long time and had the opportunity there. I thought he had just swung the bat a little bit more.
I saw him rehearsing a pull shot
he really
at the non-striker's end, but yeah.
I think maybe because they've lost 2 early wickets, that is on his mind. He doesn't want to probably, play an aggressive stroke and then 100%. It becomes a false stroke. He was Wickham facing Stewart. Stewart right up to him. Comes forward, plays it quietly back along the pitch. The bowler feels his own bowling, no run.
Yes, 100%. I agree. I think what would be the priority for the Windward's batters now is to rebuild and just get a partnership going. So nothing wrong with facing a few dot balls right now or getting some singles.
Here is Stewart, and this delivery is turned away. They're going to get a run for it, as it is not fielded cleanly in that square leg region. But again, Wickham just coming down nicely on that one and turning it away into the onside for another run. 12 for 2.
Yeah, just a minor mishap there by the fielder at backward square leg inside the circle. Just not picking it up cleanly, and it looks like to have bounced over the hands where they could have gotten a single.
Stewart to Charles. Yeah, he should get a single here, and good cricket this, just playing it into the offside field and calling for the single. His throw is not a good one. Was thrown past the wicketkeeper, but no damage done in the end. Backed up on the onside to end over number 5. At the end of it, the score has progressed. Is it 13?
Correct,
13 for 2.
Yeah, that's all that would be required by the Windward Islands batsmen for the moment. Just taking the singles when they present themselves and capitalizing on the bad balls. And it's important that they not try and overhit it, because I know, as I was once a young batsman, seeing a bad ball and my eyes lit up to absolutely smash it to the boundary. But it's important that they bat with some sort of temperament and patience and just look to time the ball. You don't need to overhit it for it to race, because, as you would have known, ball beef, you get value for runs here. We see Sadafal continuing.
Swan is turning the bat a little bit too quickly, and a leading edge, but it falls safely.
Yes, once again too early, the Windward Islands batsman. And this one didn't swing. It looked like this one just went on with its line, taking the leading edge but falling into no man's land.
Here is he trying to play an aggressive shot, is Jordan Charles. Not timing it well, hitting it hard, but back into the pitch, bounces back to the bowler to feed to his own bowling, no run.
Yes,
Can't afford to get himself frustrated at this stage.
Yes, I was just making mention of it. You got the bad ball, but you try to hit it too hard. Just all it needs is just a bit of timing and the middle, and he'll race for 4.
He gets one that keeps a little bit low, but plays it effectively. Squeezes it out into the point region, no run.
And I've heard the coach below just sending out a message to the batsman.
Wide outside the line of the off stump, called wide.
Very valuable information by the coach to stay positive.
How important is the coach at this stage, the under 15 stage?
Oh, more than words can describe just how important it is to have trusted and knowledgeable coaches at such an impressionable age.
Wide outside the line of the off stump. This time he was trying to play a shot at it. The ball kept low once more. Missing everything, going through to wicketkeeper Lee Chow. No run.
But yes, it's very important at this stage in your cricketing career, very early on, to just have a good coach that will be able to settle the mind and offer wisdom when needed.
Swinging and missing at one. He saw that one right up to him, and he really went into an almighty drive. I mean, look at it. Look, this one pitched up a little bit more. His eyes lit up, but he just didn't keep his eye on it. And he swung and missed it completely.
Yes, passing between bat and pad there. Very lucky for it to not have just clipped the off stump on its way through.
This time he's on the back foot and just steering one into the offside field. Can't beat the fielder, no run. So an eventful over by the match. At the end of it, the total is 14 for 2. We remind you to get your tickets for the upcoming series. Australia, they're going to be in the West Indies, and you want to be at one of those 4 venues where you can get to see the Australians in action, if it is that you want to see the test matches or even the T20s. You would want to be a part of that. First delivery of Samuel Stewart's new over. starting his 4th over. 1 wicket for 9 runs so far.
Yes, 3 tests the West Indies are going to be playing against Australia. The first test being in Barbados, the second in Grenada National Stadium, and the third in Jamaica, all between the 25th of June and the 16th of July. Exciting times for the West Indies. They're moving in a new direction under a new captain who's yet to be named.
A new coach.
Correct, and new coach as well.
And you've seen, I'm seeing some hints being dropped. Yesterday I saw a feature come out from People to Watch, come out from WICB Media, and it featured Tevin Imlach of Guyana. And the article says that in Guyana he's called Captain Fantastic. What better marketing you want than that?
There's some foreshadowing there. But it remains to be
sending a little
seen.
hint to head coach Darren Sammy. Hint, hint. Captain Fantastic.
It could be. It could be.
But Guyana once again winning the West Indies Championship. Wickham gets one right up. Him just pushing it up on the offside. No run.
Yes, this is very tight bowling here by the Trinidad on the 15 team.
If I was advising the Windward's batters out there, I would say to him, see off Stewart. Stewart has what? About 1 or 2 more overs that he can bowl in this first spell. And then literally we won't see him again for a little while. So if they can just see him off, they've already not going to get that blast start that they want in the power play, being currently 14 for 2. So regroup, rethink, have a different plan. Maybe wait for somebody else, maybe a slower bowler, maybe a bowler that is not as versed as this one.
Yes, I think it's very important right now as a young batsman to just remain calm and not be tied down or bring yourself under pressure in the early stages of the game. 50 overs is a lot of time to bat 300 balls, and I'm sure that there be at least 30 or 40 that will have your name on it if you bat long enough through the innings.
Certainly. End of another over, 14 for 2. We've had 7 overs bowled so far.
Here we have Sadafar continuing over the wicket to Jordan Charles. And a good line and length there, just on or around the off stump. And he looks to be in order, Jordan Charles. A good technique so far. Just a bit too... He gets frustrated easily.
Yeah, he just has to work on his patience. Just make sure that he stays patient. Because the bad balls will come. The opportunities to score will come. As bowlers continue to bowl, as they tire, as new bowlers come on before they even get into their rhythm, you'll get opportunities to score. What he has to do is just make sure that he is there. Because he can't score those runs from in the pavilion. Here is he getting one that he's going to get the first boundary of the game. It's on his legs and just flicked it down to a wide fine leg position that is unprotected and down to the boundary for 4.
Beautiful shot there by Charles. Straying onto the pads was Sadafal, and he waited, watched the ball all the way onto the bat, flicked it off the pads down to fine leg, a vacant fine leg I must add, and the ball rolled away for 4. Very good shot.
Very good shot. And I just tend to think that with Sadafal coming over the wicket to him, he's going to get more of those opportunities. He's getting one on the line of the off stump that is punching into the offside field, no run. Because it's more of his with his natural arm to try and push it towards that leg side. So that's why I'm sort of surprised that Captain Pollard has that final leg region vacant. I think with Sadafal it would be easier to. He's swinging and missing outside the line of the off stump with 2 slips in. I think it might have been easier to move that man from third man into a final leg position and leaving that third man open and encouraging him to actually drive.
Well, yeah, he's currently driving. That's definitely the plan, to bowl outside the off stump, get him driving, get him pushing away from his body, where they have 2 slips waiting. But so far, they haven't given much away, the Trinidadian on the 15 team. But the sun is out here at Ball Beef Liberta. We had some overcast conditions to start the morning, but the sun is coming out gradually. And that's the end of the 8th over. The Windward Islands 19 for 2.
19 for 2. As you can see the scorecard there so far. A wicket each for Sadafal and Stewart for Trinidad and Tobago. And it's always good, especially for the cricket lovers, when they see the sunshine coming out. Trying to avoid the rain. Just checking, and it seems as if they're slightly delayed at the Antigua Recreation Grounds. That one just getting on the way. So Guyana batting first in that match against Jamaica, just on the way down at ARG. So now all 3 matches in this on the 15 second round. CWI Rising Stars, they're on their way. Here at Liberta, who is that new bowler?
No, Stewart continuing, but this time
Stewart?
from around the wicket to Jamie Wickham. A change of angle.
First delivery was a good one. Stewart in, and again a pleasant shot in on the onside from Wickham, just playing that one almost effortlessly, just turning the bat and getting it into the onside, coming through for another run.
Yes, good stop there from the square leg fielder. I believe number 1, Ethan Ramcharan. It was just tucked into the leg side by Jamie Wickham to the right of the umpire. And Ethan Ramcharan ran around from the umpire's left, dived and stopped it from possibly going for 2 or maybe 3 runs. So not giving much away, the Trinidadian team so far.
Just one slip in, and again Charles is driving off the inner portion of the bat onto his pads back along the pitch. No run. Charles is driving. He's going to get runs here. Just one.
Lovely shot
they
there.
Might have just run a little faster to try and get 2 there, put the fielder under some pressure, but they've decided from very early on that they're just going to take a single.
Definitely, definitely. And that's what I would want to see from these under 15 batsmen, a little more urgency between the wickets. Put some pressure on the fielders, maybe come back for 2. But I guess Jordan Charles was considerate of his batting partner coming to the danger end.
And Wickham just covering up, playing this one into the offside, no run. So not as many spectators as we saw for the first game when the Barbados posse was here.
Well, there's certainly not enough, but the Trinidadian contingent is here and just watching on diligently.
They do have a few. This one is, again, played quietly into the onside field, no run. How do you think that we'll be able to get out more people to even watch these matches?
Well, currently I do believe that the Windward Islands do have a very large delegation. Maybe not from the islands locally, but there are a lot of locals who do support the Windward Islands or would have come from the Windward Islands.
So my question is, how do we get them to come to the matches? How do we?
Well, today is a working day here in Antigua. Tomorrow is Good Friday, so I would imagine that on Saturday, on the weekend, we're going to see a lot more spectators out enjoying the cricket, enjoying the sunshine.
I like your confidence. I don't see them coming, but what I'm suggesting now. But I'm thinking that a lot of them, if you send your children out, send the children to come early, and then the parents would have to come for them later, and so on. Encourage the support. Start of a new over. This is should have been a run there. Come on, that's a little bit of indecision between these two, because that one went into a vacant straightish mid-wicket position. Should have been an easy single, but in the end...
Yeah, just a bit of indecision there from young Jaden Charles. The fielder is closer to the umpire square leg, but he moved, and the umpire is signaling dead ball. You're not supposed to do that on the field. While the ball is running in, you cannot be changing positions, and that's what the square leg fielder did. He came a bit straighter, maybe to cover that mid-wicket region. But yeah, there is a mid-on, straight, and a wide mid-wicket, you can call him. And the ball was basically going towards a standard mid-wicket area. And they didn't get the run, but...
I think Charles was just a little bit guilty of ball watching instead of trusting his partner.
Definitely. What is important here is that he doesn't pressure himself. He remains positive, looking to score, and not just looking to survive.
He's driving at this one, but straight to the field at that mid-on position, no run. So we have a strong-ish breeze that's blowing across the field here.
Yes, I think the Trinidadians got it right this morning here with their bowling, their opening pair, getting the ends right. The left-hander swinging it away from the police station end, and the right-hander swinging it away from the right-hander from the pavilion end. I think they got it spot on this morning with their choice of ends.
And he's driving. Beautiful shot, 4 runs. Magnificent. That was just glorious.
Yes, lovely shot there. Short and wide from Sadafal. Maybe tiring a bit. But all credit to Jordan Charles leaning back and just punching that between cover and backward point for 4. The ball raced off the bat there. That is lovely timing from the young man Jordan Charles.
Excellent stuff here from Jordan Charles. Caden Pollard has come out of the slips and gone down just to have a word to stand beside Sadafal. He is trained this time on the stumps and another boundary. This time on the leg side, just swinging it over square leg region, 4 runs.
Yes, and a typical overcorrection there by the bowler. He got too wide to Jordan Charles' delivery prior, and he was punched through the covers, and now he straightened up, overcorrected, and he was whipped over the leg side for 4. So a lovely way to finish the power play for the Windward Islands on the 15s after 10 overs They are 29 for 2.
Maybe not as many runs as they would have wanted. Lost 2 wickets, but they've had a little bit of stability. These two have put on a small partnership. What's the partnership so far? We'll get it in just a minute.
Seems to be a 22-run partnership so far.
22 runs so far. He's driving again, but this time straight to the fielder. This time it's Wickham that's driving.
And that's fine by the Windward Islands. They're doing a lovely job. The number 3 and number 4 batsmen. They're on a mission to build a good innings, first innings total.
So Stewart is bowling his 6th over. So the Trinidadians have decided that they're going to bowl him the full quota that he's allowed in the opening spell. Stewart. Wickham is driving over the extra cover region. Was in the air, but 4 runs.
Lovely shot. That is lovely cricket by Jamie Wickham. Overpitched by Samuel Stewart. Overpitched by him outside the off stump. And he leans back to get that elevation over the cover fielder. And it gets over the circle and rolls into the boundary for 4. And as he's played that shot, immediately the cover sweeper goes out on the boundary.
Just wondering if Pollard has not recognized that the power play is finished. Here is he pushing that one outside the line of the off stump. Edge found, caught behind. So it was just dragged back just a tinch, a little bit wider. And Wickham pushed the bat at it. Umpire Shekels agrees with the Trinidad fielders that he might have just touched it outside the off stump, pushed the bat at it, thin edge, but it carried, looks as if it carried into the gloves of wicketkeeper Lee Chow, and that's the end of Wickham. Windward Islands losing their 3rd wicket. They're now 33 for 3.
Yes, Jamie Wickham has to go right after hitting a glorious boundary. Just hanging the bat outside the line of the ball, not really covering. Neither front, neither forward nor back. We'll have another look at it again. Stewart around the wicket on a good length, not as full as the previous delivery. And it was outside the line of the stump, and he was just prodding at it, neither forward nor back. And all hands. The ball is outside the line of the head.
Well away from his body there.
Correct, and it was a pretty straightforward catch for the wicketkeeper.
Let's take a short break. So play continues here at Ball Beef in Liberta. The new batsman for the Windward Islands is Kyle Stephen, who has come in to join Charles after Wickham, just hanging that bat outside the off some naughtily and literally giving his wicket away. That ball was far too wide for him to interfere with that one. Kyle gets a full livery and he's playing a cross-batted shot, almost a dangerous type stroke, but he gets it effectively and no run. Has to be careful with that shot, Kyle Stephen, because if he misses that one and that ball hits him full on the boot, possibility strongly exists that he could be out leg before. Stewart is in and Stevens just covers this one, plays it into the offside field to end another over. At the end of over number 11, Windward Islands inserted to bat this morning. They are 33 for 3.
Yes, a very successful spell, I would say, for Samuel Stewart. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 2 wickets for 15 runs. For a pace bowler in the under-15 tournament, they are allowed to bowl a maximum of 6 overs before being mandated to take a break. But a very good spell nonetheless. And Sadafal might be following suit, completing his 6 overs as well.
So he was Sadafal right up to Charles. Charles comes down quickly, drives, no run. Swan down the leg side. Good take by the wicket keeper. Wide given.
Yeah, just straight down the leg side. Sadafal. Very rarely has he done that this innings, so 1 or 2 would not be judged harshly.
Team
still
pretty close though.
The outside edge is Sadafal still challenging the outside edge. As we
just have a look at it.
Full still getting some shape away. Still.
Here we see this time he's edging, but right down into the slips region on the bounce. No run.
Yes, he's found the edge this time around after going past the edge the previous delivery. The batsman just looking a bit unsure. But to take nothing away from the bowler, this is good bowling here.
Pleasant drive this from Charles. Gets another run.
Good reply from Jordan Charles. Very good reply. Bowling the same ball again, Sadafal. Looking for that shape away from the left-handed batsman full. And Charles adjusts nicely and just eases it through the covers to the sweeper for a single. This is a crucial period of play for the Windward Islands. 35 for 3 in a precarious position here.
Ball him! And Kyle Stevens leaves that 1-1 that started on about the off stump and angled back at him. He shoulders, arms, the ball crashed into his stump. Terrible misjudgment this from Kyle Stevens. He goes without scoring, and the Windward Islands losing their 4th wicket. They are now 35 for 4.
Yeah, the first ball he's faced from Sadafal. And I don't think Jordan Charles made mention to him of just exactly what he's bowling. bowling around the wicket, and he's predominantly looking to angle the ball back into the right-hander. And that is just something that you shouldn't do. Any left-hander that is predominantly bringing the ball back into the right-hander or away from the left-hander, your first instinct should be looking to play the ball and play it straight. And he misjudged it, and he shouldered his arms, and the ball sneaks through and disturbs the furniture. Windward Islands slip further into some problems here. 35 for 4, which brings number 20, the captain, I believe. Number 20, Jashawn Joseph.
Jashawn Joseph.
So he has a big role to play here. Big responsibilities on the shoulders. 35 for 5 after 12.
He's getting one outside the line of the off stump, playing at it and missing. Trinidadians were interested, no run. And I was just about to say that Kyle Stevens, being a late replacement this morning for Alex Armstrong, this was his opportunity to really try and get a good score, to get in the good books of the selectors. But just watching one right onto his off stump, not a very good look.
Yes, that may be so, but that was a very good first ball by Satterfall to Jashawn Joseph. Full again, looking like he attempted to bowl a Yorker, in swinging to aim at the stumps, but just missing the off stump ever so slightly. And we see our first change in bowling here today at Ball Beef Liberta. Number 7, it looks like, Javian. Number 7 for Trinidad and Tobago, Sanjeev Bachu. So we're having our first look at Sanjeev Bachu today.
He says right hand leg spin. So let's see. First delivery outside the line of the off stump, hit away by the left-handed Charles. They're coming back for a second. They get it easily in the end. Good run in. That.
Yeah, I don't think Bachu would have wanted to start that way. Short and wide outside the off stump. And Jordan Charles gets back and cuts it past point where they get to.
And this is what I was talking about. Just wait until another bowler comes on. Bachu pitching better on this occasion. And caught between two minds, there was Charles. Neither forward nor back. Neither defensive nor attacking. Just almost just stabbing that ball back to Bachu. Here's Bachu again.
Yes.
Better.
Bachu seems to have an action very similar to that of a left-handed wrist spinner, Tabrez Shamsi.
Certainly. Good, well played by Charles, just easing that one away on the back foot for a single.
Yes, after the first ball, he's landed the last 3 in a good area. Seems to be getting a little bit of turn, not too much. I've yet to see one spin past the bat, but so far, good signs out of Bachu. Seems to have good control. I'm not sure if that was the googly, but hands on head by Bachu.
Yeah, thought that he might have deceived Joseph on that occasion. Yeah, that one came the other way. Short and hit away by Joseph. There's coverage on that mid-wicket boundary. So just a run. And it's going to be a tough day for the groundsmen here today. The wind is strong. And
yes, a strong gusts of wind coming across the grounds here at Ball Beef. As we see there, the Mother Nature showing us who's the boss. Just knocking over the side screen.
Gonna see Raheem Cornwall and co spring into action to try and get it back up as quickly as they can.
So we see a change from both ends. The next bowler from the police station end, number 26, Laurel Giuseppe. Seems to be a medium pacer, number 26, Giuseppe, coming from the police station end. Windward Islands 39 for 4 from 13 overs so far. And the captain, Joseph, has a job to do today.
Faces now for Giuseppe. He's playing at one and missing outside the off stump. Short of a length delivery. First stop from Giuseppe.
Yes, a lovely start here by Laurel Giuseppe. Lovely start here. A nice 4 to 6 meter length just around the off stump or outside off stump. And Joseph plays and misses. That's a very good start.
He's getting one that he's hitting hard for 4. Good shot. Short of a length and gave it good bat. That did Joseph through extra cover. 4 runs. Beautiful shot.
Yeah, that's a lovely shot. Same length, but a lot wider. And Joseph has a go at it. Just lets his hands flow through the line of the ball and beats cover and extra cover for 4. And they've now sent out the cover sweeper.
He's driving again outside the off stump. Shouts of take time from the coaching staff. And earlier we were talking about the coaches. Do you think coaches overcoach at this level, or you think they're just about have it down packed?
No, I think it's I do believe that it's a balance that you have to navigate as a coach, especially at the junior level, to be able to harness the natural ability of each player while still teaching them the right things and the right technique.
There were some folks out there. Giuseppe again. Joseph is driving twice now in a row. He's been playing that aggressive stroke to a ball about that length, not making contact. There are some folks out there who has the thought that, at this stage, you should allow the children to, make the mistakes, learn from the mistakes. There are coaches who set the field, who do those kind of things at this stage. And there are those pundits who say that at this stage, you let them learn, let them set an unorthodox feel and learn from it, and then use it as a teaching moment and so on. The end of another over has come up. 14 overs gone, 43 for 4.
Well, yes, just to follow up on what you were mentioning, it is important from a captaincy standpoint or from a field standpoint. Yes, you could give them some sort of leeway when it comes to creativity in field placement, but as long as it's in line with the particular goal, or if there is a logical reason behind setting the field a specific way, well, by all means, as a coach, you should allow your children to explore such options.
New over from spin bowler called wide outside the left-hander's off stump.
But coaches at this level are so important, and I do tip my hat off to coaches, and they do deserve some recognition for the part they play in developing the cricketers of the next generation. Because
Back with a good delivery at the second up.
Because as I'm saying, these coaches they're doing a lot of work. Some may not have the same equipment or as much resources as others, but the desire and the commitment to stick with them, to be out there with them every day, teaching them, allowing them to make their mistakes, all of those things. I do have to give my compliments to the coaches working hard.
And I too want to I don't want folks to get the impression that I'm being critical of coaches at all. I'm far from. Another delivery that they get another run. Well played by the Windward Dallas. What I'm thinking at this stage, especially with the franchise system around, this thing of coaches' lack of equipment and so on should be a thing of the past. With the availability and of equipment all around, I think the investment needs to be made in those things that they will give the coaches everything that they need to succeed, and then along with training and so on, and then that is only how we're going to get improvement. So I do agree that at this stage, the coaches, if not, the coach is probably more important than even at the senior stage. That's why I'm also of the opinion that at this stage is where we should have the better coaches. This on the 15 stage where on the 13, on the 15, where we're still teaching the game, where you're teaching tactics, you're teaching technique, you're teaching the good things. But 15 overs have gone, 47 for 4.
Yes, we are home this summer. The West Indies team. We're going to be playing against Australia in 3 tests and 5 T20 internationals across St. Kitts, Jamaica, Grenada, and Barbados.
Giuseppe continues. Good delivery to start over number 16.
So yes, West Indies versus Australia. The first test bowls off in Bridgetown, Barbados at the Kensington Oval on the 25th of June. So if you happen to be in Barbados at that time, you can get your tickets at www.windiescricket.com.
He's playing one square of the wicket. He's going to get runs here. Gets one. He's going to slow up just before he gets to the boundary. They come back for 2. Joseph wanted a 3rd on that occasion. But again.
Yeah, just a bit too wide there by Giuseppe. He is committed to the full length. And it was driven past backward point for 2. And this is good batting so far by Jordan Charles. Since Deshaun Joseph has come to the crease, the last 3 overs to 4 overs, the Windward Islands have scored at just around 4 runs and over. And that is where I think they should be, as just a maintenance for the majority of the innings until they can push on at the back end. But this is good batting so far from Jordan Charles and Deshaun Joseph, taking responsibility, minimizing risk while still rotating the strike.
Well, they're looking for that 50th run so far. Giuseppe continues. This is his 2nd over.
Yes, this is a good containment bowling by Laurel Giuseppe. The plan by him is to be bowling full and on the off stump. They are peeling for a strangle down the leg side, and the umpire, Bernard Joseph, says no to end the over. After 16 overs, the Windward Islands on the 15s, 49 for 4. But it's a lovely day here at Paul Beefley Bertha here in Antigua and Barbuda. Their ground staff is doing a bit of innovative work to avoid the side screen falling over yet again, just perforating it a bit with some holes, just so that the breeze can pass through, so that it doesn't fall over again. Under the supervision of former West Indies fast bowler Kenneth Benjamin.
Yeah, Kenny Benjamin and his staff, they are trying quite a bit. They're trying all sorts of strategies because the wind is going to be a heavy factor today. I doubt those holes are going to really stop the wind because it's pretty heavy.
Well, we'll see just how effective this method of keeping the side screen up will be. But so far, well bowled by Sanjeev Bachu.
One that's tossed up and is driving in the air. Just a single though.
And that brings up the team 50
yes,
for the Windward Islands on the 15s.
So the 50 coming in the 17th over, but they've lost 4 wickets so far, so they're 50 for 4.
Yes, 5 fours included in that team 50. But here we see Bachu again over the wicket to Charles. I guess the plan may be to bowl wide to avoid being swung over mid-wicket by Jordan Charles. He cuts it to deep. He cuts it to backward point for no run.
Just based on the field placements, looks as if the googly is probably one of his better balls. He has a packed offside field. 5 on the offside, 4 on the on. And you would think that the leg spin bowler bowling into a left hand, you might want an extra man, especially in that deep backward square position on the boundary. But he's bowling well. He's bowling well, is Bachu. He's been mixing his deliveries. He's not been afraid to flight it a little bit, but he's been effective. The end of another over has come up 50 for 4 after 17. So there's sunshine now, but there are some puffy clouds or some dark clouds that are coming over the hill. There's a little region where we look out here, especially for the threat of rain. And so the ground staff, looks as if the ground staff today, they're going to have a full day. They're going to have to work for the full day's pay today.
Definitely.
Giuseppe continues outside the line of the off stump. Joshawn Joseph thought of playing at it. Allows it to go into the gloves of wicket-keeper Lee Chow, and no run. So we've lost the sunshine momentarily. There's some clouds about. Giuseppe bowls a wide outside the line of the off stump. Joseph just watches it go by, picks up the extra.
Beautiful delivery by Laurel Giuseppe.
Yeah, deceiving the batsman. A slow one. And that one cutting back as well towards the off stump. Joseph pushing at it. No run. Just look at it. Yeah, just a little bit slower. This time he's driving and missing. So good little spell here. Good little spell here by Laurel Giuseppe.
Yeah, I think what is important here by the Windward Island batsman Joseph is not to get frustrated by the line that he's bowling.
I think what's stressing Joseph more is the number of dot balls that are being bowled. This is
well, yes, that may be so, but you have to take into context the fact that there are 4 wickets down, and another wicket here could be troublesome for the Windward Islands. So the responsibility not only as the number 6 batsman but also the captain to try and resurrect this innings. And that's good by Joseph, just leaving alone that one outside the off stump. Nothing wrong with leaving a few deliveries. But at this stage of the game, almost to the halfway point in the innings, I'd like to see a bit more urgency, a bit more rotation of strike, just to kind of settle the nerves of the dot balls building up.
Easy edging, but falling short of the man at second slip. No run. So dot balls continue to pile up for the Windward Islands. 51 for 4 after 18.
It was just a culmination of pressure built up by Giuseppe, the last ball outside the off stump. And he had a flash at it, found the edge, but not enough pace to carry to the slips. So he got it under 1 bounce. But as it stands, very tight bowling by the Trinidadian team. Sanjeev Bachu continued from the pavilion end, and he starts this over with a wide. Just not getting that one right. Pushing it wide outside the line of the stumps to Jordan Charles.
This is what the Windwards need to do. Just look to get those deliveries into the gaps and get the singles going.
Yeah, that's all that's required from the Windward Islands batsmen at this point. Getting singles when they are offered and putting away the bad balls when they present themselves. So that is okay. I don't mind if you leave alone a few, because a ball is going to come with your name on it, and if you can capitalize on it without overhitting, you would be able to get a boundary. 4 runs and over is more than enough in the middle overs of a 50-over game. And as I say that, Jashawn Joseph is bowled. A flighted delivery just on about leg stump, and he was looking to whip that through mid-wicket, as we'll see here in the replay. Flighted delivery on the pads. It looked to have brushed the pads on the way through to hitting the stumps. And Jashawn Joseph looks dejected there after figuring out that the ball has hit the stumps, and he walks off for 6.
Exactly what a leg spinner wants to see. Flighted delivery, pulling the batsman literally out of the stumps, beating him for flight. If you notice that he was beaten, he was just dragged out, and that one just going past the bat and hitting the stumps. That's what any leg spinner's dream, and Sanjeev Bachu on that occasion got it. I was just mentioning the last over that he wasn't afraid. He's not afraid to flight. We've seen the flight, and he on that occasion flighted perfectly and just was able to just tempt the Windward Islands captain. He missed it completely, the ball hitting him on the pad and going on to the stump, and that has brought his demise.
Yes, I would say he was a bit unlucky there with the ball hitting the pad or brushing the pad on the way through to hit the stumps. A bit unlucky there.
He continues to the new batter.
A new batter, Killan Christmas.
So Keelan Christmas outside the off stump. Christmas is offering a stroke, not making contact into the gloves of the wicketkeeper. No run. Another flighted delivery. This time Christmas is forward and driving pleasantly along the ground. No run. If you're just joining, the Windward Islands were inserted this morning. They're 53 for 5. 2 wickets so far for Samuel Stewart and 2 for Jaden Sadafal Bachu, getting his first wicket in the over that is just completed. And Windward Islands on the 15, they're in a spot of bother, 53 for 5. Windies women won this morning by 3 wickets over Bangladesh, keeping their slim hopes of qualification alive. With just 1 match to go. They have Thailand to play, and they're hoping that they can beat Thailand and other results go their way for them to be able to be in the top 2. This one is fired down the leg side at the start of a new over from Giuseppe. 1 given. 54 for 5. Giuseppe is in, and Jordan Charles, who's on 28 of 49 deliveries. So Giuseppe has bowled 17 dot balls so far with an economy rate of 2.53. Another dot ball goes into the books from Larell Giuseppe. Just 8 runs from his bowling so far. Charles looks good when he plays those deliveries outside the line of the off stump. He has to take control, I would think, from here on in. He's the set batter. He's on 29. And with the team steadily losing wickets and with the number 7 batsman at the crease, you would want to think that you're heading towards the tail enders for the Windward Islands. And Killan Christmas covering up, playing another defensive stroke. No run. Here is a leg before. Giuseppe getting 1 on the stumps. Christmas was tentatively forward, missing it, and that ball hitting him on the pad. He doesn't look quite happy with the decision, but we'll have a look at it again from Giuseppe.
Yes, he's been rewarded for good bowling here, Giuseppe. He's been probing away all morning, and now he gets his just desserts. Full again on the middle stump, and the umpire had no doubt in his mind that he was in front and that ball pitching in line.
Let's just look again. Looks as if it's pitching in line. Yeah. That's a pretty decent decision from the umpire. I'm not sure why Christmas, if he was disappointed with the decision or disappointed with himself for missing that one, because it was a pretty straight delivery. And he just missed it in front of the stumps. And umpire Bernard Joseph sending him on his way. 55 for 6 in over number 20. The ground staff look as if they're going to have a busy day with the clouds overhead. So we've lost the sunshine just for a moment or two. There are some pretty dark clouds overhead, but there's a strong breeze that's behind them that's literally blowing it away. See Kenny Benjamin standing in the far corner, close to the covers. Don't see the other groundsmen though, so they are not as worried as he seems to be over there. New batter has come to the crease. Who's that one?
That seems to be number 29, Janelle Williams. Let's see how he faces up against a probing Giuseppe, and he gets off the mark first ball. And after 20 overs, the Windward Islands on the 15, 56 for 6.
So Ethan Ramcharan has come on to bowl for the Trinidad and Tobago team. He's listed here as a right-hand bat and right arm leg spin today. You're going to get a quick single here. Good batting on the part of Williams. They're just dropping it on the inside and
just a very simple single there for Janelle Williams. Just turning the strike back over to Jordan Charles. Jordan Charles may have a lot of responsibility here in determining what score Windward Islands will end up with. He's currently 29 off of 51, and he may very well have to bat the entire 50 overs here.
Opportunity for him to bat long. He got one that just kept a little bit low there from Ramcharan. Was able to negotiate it successfully. Faces again left-handed Jordan Charles. Wide outside the line of the off stump. Charles was looking to follow that one. Can't reach it.
Yes, I mean, Jordan Charles being the batsman who's in right now, he has a tough situation to negotiate here. Trying to hold together the innings as well as trying to keep the scoreboard ticking over. A tough job indeed.
So just another single to Charles. Daniel Williams is also there. He's on 259 for 6. Ethan Ramcharan is in action. His first over, just 4 deliveries bowled so far. They're coming through and getting a quick single in the end. Good cricket there by Jordan Charles, just recognizing that
wide
one going
down
the leg side, not taken cleanly by the wicket keeper, and coming through for that additional run as well.
Another wide signal by the umpire. Just struggling a bit, just a bit, Ramcharan, in getting the radar right.
So the end of another over, end of over number 21, 62 for 6. Dot wide, dot 1 wide, dot 1 dot wide, dot 1 wide plus 1 by, right? Wide and 1 by. Can I run the runner single? And then a dot ball. Dot ball to end. 1, 2. So we're back here, and the Windward Islands getting just another single to add to their total so far. As Giuseppe continues from the northern end. Still with 2 slips in place, 62 for 6, and he can afford that, but the Windward's not scoring heavily. Charles is looking to pace the infield with that one, hitting it straight to the field at point, no run. So just so you know the field, he has 2 slips in. There's a man at point. Cover is deep, not quite on the boundary, but deep. Extra cover is there. There's also deep mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And a man down at fine leg. Another dot delivery for Giuseppe. Laurel Louis Giuseppe. His 5th over, 1 wicket for 11 runs so far. And he's cutting this one, and he's going to get a boundary. Got it wide of the man at point, and once it cleared him, it's going to run away over the outfield and into the boundary for 4.
Yeah, just cutting loose a bit for Jordan Charles. Just a bit badly lined by the bowler. A bit wider than he would have intended, and Jordan Charles cuts behind point for 4 more.
playing defensively, but that ball came out of the bat very sweetly for a defensive shot. It got quickly to that man at extra cover to end the over. The end of the over has come up. The total has progressed on to 63, 67. It flashes over 67 for 6. So Ramcharam continues. First delivery is playing and missing outside the off stump. Wicketkeeper Chow was excited about that one, but the ball is missing the bat into the gloves. Here's Ramcharam. And he's looking to pull this one over the mid-wicket region. 2 bounces to the field out there on the boundary. So just one. .68 for 6. So the scoring has been very low out here at Liberta so far in the 2 games we've had. 77 made by Jamaica in the first game, and now 68 for 6, the Windward Islands. This delivery. Looking to sweep it around. Ball taking him on the pad. Not out, says umpire Shekels. Charles plays one into the offside, into the space for an easy single. This one is down the leg side from Ramcharam, not showing as good control as we saw from Bachu. Ramcharam just not following through with his action as much.
Yeah, it just seems that he's rushing his action a bit.
In this occasion, gets it right, plays it defensively, does Janiel Williams, no run. 69 for 6, it flashes over. We've seen 70 now for 6. We watch again. Here is Ramcharam flighting, and the batsman was trying to drive this one, but is dragging it down on the onside, and there is no run. 70 for 6 at the end of over number 23. Jordan Charles, he's still there. He's on 35, not out. Larel Giuseppe continues. And this one, they get leg by on the onside. This one that's pitching outside the line of the leg stump, hitting the pads of Jordan Charles, and gets an easy single. Daniel Williams is having an almighty swipe at that one. Not making contact. Has a sort of open stance, the right-handed version of almost the stance of Shivnarine Chandapal. When we look at Daniel Williams, here is he almost following a delivery with the bat into the gloves of the wicketkeeper. Should this stance be corrected at the under 15 stage? What do you think? Let's have a look at Williams' stance.
Well, if we're going to be completely fair, he's batting at number 8, so this could be the reason why.
Yeah, but he's at least at the under 15 stage. I don't think that at this stage we can definitely just say that, you know, he's not going to be a good batter or he's a bowler only. I think, you know, this is an opportunity to probably not let that become a full habit. So at this stage, maybe the coaches could seek to offer just a little bit of correction. I'm not sure. What do you think? I'm personally of the opinion that in these early stages, this is where we make the corrections. This is where you offer the suggestions. This one is turned away into the onside. They get a single in the end. No run. Because I don't feel that, you know, they should just allow it to continue, and because these things fester into habit, and then it's, especially when you're much older, it's more difficult to offer any suggestion of change.
I agree, agreed.
So at this impressionable stage, because with this stance, it seems to limit what he can do.
Yes, if he's going to be, and that is just what I was about to expect there. That's a big mistake. That is really a big mistake there. I would believe Giuseppe has already bowled 6, and by the rules of the competition, once you bowl 6 as a fast bowler, you would have had to have taken a break, and they allowed him to bowl another ball. But they've called drinks early just to maybe rectify, have a few words with the match referee.
Plus, there's a little bit of a threat of rain. We see the ground staff sprinting into place, just trying to hold the covers, because like I said to you earlier, that direction there is where the rain comes from here at Liberta. So once you see it breaks in that direction, this is where you really would want to, you know, make sure that you are ready.
Well, you would know better than I am as to the weather over these parts of the island.
You're standing by, but because of the breeze that is blowing across the field, sometimes if the wind is strong enough, it sort of blows the clouds away. So we will see. We see Raheem Cornwall and others. Raheem Cornwall is probably just going out to refresh up, to just offer a little bit of freshness to the crease. And the umpires have decided that the rain has broken, so they're calling on the ground staff to bring the covers on. Windward Island's batters just sprinting for their gear. And so we're going to just have a short break in play here at Ball Beef. Windward Islands on the 15 inserted this morning. They're 73 for 6 after 24 overs. Your thoughts on the morning's play so far?
I mean, it's been a very disciplined display by the Trinidad and Tobago under 15s. They had a plan today, and they came and executed well. They haven't allowed the Windward Islands to get away at any point in time, keeping the pressure on by building dot balls. as well as taking wickets at regular intervals. And I think that has been very commendable by the Trinidad under 15s, very put together. Their field settings were on point, and at this point they are currently in the driver's seat of this match.
So the covers have been brought on. So we're going to have a break in play here at Ball Beef. So we're going to take a short break, and then when we are ready for resumption, we will come right back to you from Liberta, where Windward Islands Hurricanes inserted to bat this morning. They're 73 for 6 after 24 overs, but there's a break in play because there's rain currently falling at Liberta.
Welcome back to Ball Beef Liberta, Antigua and Barbuda for the restart of round 2 match between Trinidad and Tobago on the 15 and Windward Islands on the 15. We had a short rain delay here at Ball Beef, but the covers are off and the players are back on the field to restart play. At the break, the Windward Islands were 73 for 6, with Jordan Charles batting not out on 36 off of 64 deliveries, and Janelle Williams 5 off of 12. I'm here with my co-commentator, Mr. Denmore Roberts, as we call the rest of this game. From this position, after 24 overs, what do you think would be a respectable score here for Windward Islands?
The Windward Islands, as we Stuart who has come back.
Yes, Stuart continuing, returning into the attack from the pavilion end, and he's picking up from where he left off. Around the wicket to Jordan Charles, and a good length, just at about off stump, and defended.
Yeah, I was saying the Windward Islands from here would first of all be thinking 150, and then after that.
Lovely. That's lovely cricket.
Reason being that they have lost far too many wickets, so they have to now be in a little bit of a defensive mode, in the sense of trying to tick the scoreboard over without losing any more wickets anytime soon. I think it's going to come down to Jordan Charles, how he's able to manipulate the bowling, and two, whether or not Williams, who is batting with him, has the temperament to understand his role at this stage, that his role is a supporting role to that of Jordan Charles, and that he has to stay there so that Charles can score at the other end.
Yes, perfect observation there, perfect. Jordan Charles is the key to this Windward Island innings, and from his start, that is more than enough indication as to his intentions, coming out and prodding the second ball to mid-off and taking off for a quick single. This is lovely intent here, and hopefully he can continue in this manner.
Here is a good delivery, but he's getting it down into the fine leg region that has been vacant pretty much for the entire game. And they're able to come back for 2 runs. Not the prettiest 2 runs you'll ever see, but runs in the book counted for the Windward Islands. They're now on to 76 for 6, and every run is going to be precious for the Windward Islands here against this Trinidad and Tobago team.
Yeah, I mean, I just think with, as you were mentioning before, that front foot, if it could just come across a little bit more to be in line with the leg stump as opposed to being so open, I think you would stand a better chance of accessing those balls a little bit fuller, because I haven't been convinced with how he's being able to play the fuller deliveries.
And if he starts like that with that stance, we don't see any trigger movement to suggest that he moves that left foot into in a way that brings him, more aligned.
Right.
So he's sort of playing towards the mid-on region, looking to drag those balls in that direction.
I mean, his trigger seems to be initial back and across movement, and then the front foot comes in front, but it leaves him in a state of no man's land at the point of the release of the ball.
If you just have a look here, see that left foot really doesn't move.
Right.
It's the back foot that the right foot that is still doing the movement.
Right, and that might leave him a bit flat-footed, unable to transfer his weight effectively.
Correct. He was driving into the offside. They wanted a quick single sent back, as Williams was looking. Again, that's because of the stance, the way that he played that ball. The ball going away from him across the offside, literally with all hands, trying to force it in that direction.
Well, I'll not be too critical at this stage of the of his career. He has a lot to learn, a lot of time to correct any issues. And
I'm pointing it out at this stage so that when the coaches watch it back, that they would think that this is probably something that we could definitely look at in terms of his overall presentation as a cricketer. That at this early stage, at this under 15 stage, when he's still impressionable, when he can still be corrected, that may be a little, it doesn't have to be a major correction to the stance, as in changing him fully, but you would want him to also understand how the stance affects or limits his stroke play and how he can be effective in playing.
Well, that's correct. I mean, as time goes on, he may find a way to make that work for him. But as it stands right now, that's just what we're pointing out from what we see from our vantage point.
Charles continues to look good, playing those deliveries outside the line of the off stump. When he's driving, he looks really sweet. He drives all along the ground like that one in Jordan Charles.
Well, I mean, with Sadafal returning and Jordan Charles is driving through the covers, I'd just like to see a bit more urgency and not just strolling to the non-strikers end. I mean, I don't want him to develop any bad habits of such. I mean, you could maybe pressure the fielder, run the first one hard, as I've been told when I was playing on the 15 cricket. Run the first one hard because you never know what could happen. I mean, the same sentiment should be shared to these young players.
Oh, this one coming right through the stance there of Williams. And again, just look here with that open stance. That ball was angled back into him and literally went between his legs.
I don't think he picked up that ball at all because his initial movement was back to a ball that was pitched on the full side. I mean, but it may work for him, and he's been effective so far, staying with Jordan Charles. He's been effective so far, and that is all that may be required of him in this innings. Not so much to score, but at least staying with the batsman who has already been set.
Faces once more. There's Janiel Williams. He's going to get 2 additional runs, 1 for the wide, and the ball going past the wicket keeper Lee Chow. And batsman turned the strike over. He's going to bring the left-handed Jordan Charles on strike. He's already on the 38 of 67 deliveries, 81 for 6 in over number 26. Windward Islands would be hoping to bat as many of the deliveries, and so far the match referee has indicated that there is no overs lost because of the rain. Here is he driving beautifully for 4. That was magnificent. Short of a length outside the line of the off stump, given the treatment, 4 runs.
Yeah, that's a lovely shot there. We've seen that shot on display here today at Ball Beef Liberta. Just wide enough for him to free the hands, as he doesn't move too much, just transfers his weight onto the back foot and let the hands flow through the ball yet again. And that is his scoring area, as we've seen so far throughout the day. Partnership moves on to 30, as we've seen, and the projected score being 166.
He gets another single, as this time he's just coming forward and easing it into deep cover on the boundary. So,
yes, I think that the Windward Islands' first objective or top priority would be to bat all 50 overs. If I were the coach, I wouldn't be too worried with trying to aim for 200 or 250. I think the first objective should be to bat through the 50 overs, and then we go from there. Leave nothing out there.
Yokelet delivery, they're going to get a quick single. They get it easily in the end. And that would be my advice, because if you bat all 50 overs, you're going to get runs. Because there's no how you're going to be there for another, 24 overs or so and not score. So if you say, look, you know what, we want to bat the overs. If you get as close as possible to 50 overs, you are going to have well over 150, maybe closer to 200 runs, and you would have something to work with. But if you constantly lose wicket like how the Windward Islands are doing, then you're going to have a small total with a lot of deliveries left, left in the shed. So,
well, that's correct. But it has been a good over back from the rain delay. 9 coming off of that over of Sadafal. And Windward Islands approaching 100, 87 for 6. And we see Samuel Stewart continuing, just pulling out of his run up there, just not feeling comfortable. But this has been a good partnership so far for the Windward Islands. 30.
I think Captain Pollard is looking to try and dismiss the Windward Islands, bringing back his 2 ace bowlers. I think the Trinidad and Tobago team would really love to get the wicket of Jordan Charles, more so than even Williams. But with the bringing back of Samuel Stewart and Sadafal, it means that Captain Pollard is going for the jugular. He's really trying to get these final wickets and look to bowl out the Windward Islands. He doesn't want this innings to be dragging on. So he's decided that he's going to go back to his ace bowlers, his opening pair, and see if he can get a wicket or 2, get the breakthrough from them, and then maybe just look to polish off the tail.
Well, that could very well be the case. So far, he's used 5 bowlers, Captain Pollard, and maybe it could just be a situation of, as you mentioned, trying to close off the innings. So but I must say that this is lovely cricket here from the Windward Islands. They've came out with a different intent and a different purpose here in running the runs hard.
And then this is what happens if you notice this time when they really ran the first one quickly, put the fielder under pressure, and just a little fumble, they were able to come back with a weak throw as well. This is Stewart. He's in. And coming down is Jordan Charles. When the ball is angled into him, he's less effective than when he has room outside the line of the off stump to free his arms.
But yes, when the ball is just about off and middle stump, hasn't really looked to score. But as you get a little wide, he pounces on it. And that's the mark of a good batsman, being able to identify what he can score, what areas he's able to get most of his runs. And he's been doing that well so far. As we see Stewart again approaching. Just tapping that down to mid-on for no run. I mean, they've come out with a different intent after the rain delay. Maybe they would have had a word with the coach as to how the innings would have been going so far. But no complaints at all for the Trinidad coaches.
He's swinging this one into the mid-wicket region. He's going to get a couple of runs. Rushes back for 2. So it has been a little bit of a productive period for the Windward Islands since the rain interval. They've come back out and they've looked positive. Maybe when they've gone off for that rain break, the coaches were able to get into the head, especially of Jordan Charles, and probably said to him, you have to be the positive one out there. You have to get the most of the runs. Janiel Williams has to also just understand his role. As I said earlier, he has to understand that he's just the support player at this stage. And we've seen Jordan Charles moved from 39 to 47 in quick succession. So, Jaden Sadafal is coming from the far end. Left arm medium pace bowler. Missing his run on that occasion.
Yeah, just missing his run there, the young Sadafal. Another productive over for Windward Islands, 5 off of the previous over.
Here is an appeal, not out, says the umpire. So one that was just, let's have a look. Just cutting back quite sharply.
Ooh.
One looked close.
That's a tight call by the umpire, a bit touch and go there.
Yeah, very much so. Just having a second look at it, it looked a lot straighter than we thought. He's trying for a quick single and getting it in the end. And
this is lovely from Windward Islands. I'm really liking this approach here. Running the runs hard, pressuring the fielders.
And almost hurting himself there is Williams. He's running very wide of the wicket. Umpire Bernard Joseph literally sprinting away from the wicket 2 pitches away. Williams still managing to find him and collide with him. But they're going to get more runs here. Should be just one.
Yeah, that's a
poor bit of feeling there from the fielder.
I'd like to say there's room for improvement on that particular occasion. Not to be overly critical of the young lads.
It's okay if you can say poor. It's a poor effort. Poor effort means that he knows that he has to do better. I'm sure that the captain and the coaches would have expected him to feel that one without fuss. Just at that last moment. So the fall is short and down the leg side. Williams jumping in the line and now rehearses a full shot.
I mean, I really must commend. I can't stress it enough. The difference in intent of the Windward Islands batsmen prior to the rain delay and now after the rain delay has been night and day. And this is what happens when you put pressure on the fielders. Little mistakes like these tend to happen when you're looking for runs, you're looking for the single, because it makes them that a bit more tense, trying to run you out.
Certainly. You know? Getting another single down to third man, Williams. Takes his personal tally on to 13. Jordan Charles approaching a half century. He's on 48.
Yes, this is a good supporting role here by Janelle Williams. Doesn't have to do too much. Just rotate the strike. That's all.
Here is Sadafal, and this delivery gets his 49th run, does Jordan Charles. Lots of encouragement around the grounds. The Windward Islands coaches have been very vocal. And so they've been very, very vocal. Sprinkling of Trinidad supporters there in the far eastern corner. Here was Jaden Sadafal. And Williams is just covering up his 24th delivery and no run. Brings up the end of another over, 28 gone, a 97 for 6. So the Windward Islands are within 3 runs of getting to that 100 mark, and the 100 mark is also psychological. 3 figures looks a lot more daunting than 2 figures. puts the scoreboard pressure. So it's going to be Stewart to continue. And he gets his 50th run, does Jordan Charles. Well played by the youngsters. Been there for quite a while. Used the opportunity when wickets were falling all around him. He has stayed very composed. Has played some very beautiful shots in his innings. And a well played half century.
Yeah, that 50 coming in 77 deliveries with 5 fours. A real talisman-like innings so far from the young Jordan Charles. He's really been the glue that has held this batting lineup together, and hopefully this is just the start of what is to be a brilliant innings for the young Jordan Charles.
Williams continues to be defiant at the other end, playing in a defensive manner. And there is no run. Gets another delivery that he's just dragging away. So 50 off 77, 98 for 6. Just 2 runs away from that 100 mark. Williams is getting one that he's driving. And again, the pressure, looking for that single, putting pressure on that man at mid-on. Didn't pick it up cleanly, and they were able to steal the single. And that's indicating what you were speaking about earlier, that now that they've shown intent, now that they're looking for the run especially, they put a little bit of pressure on the Trinidad and Tobago fielders, and they're not having things all their own way anymore like they were earlier in the innings. Sunshine is back out and it's pretty warm day. Stewart, and again this is driven beautifully through the offside. It's gone for 4. Oh my goodness, that was timed well. It didn't look as if it was going to race away to the boundary because there was a man on the deep extra cover boundary, but that ball was timed sweetly past the point position, and he was able to pick up 4 runs more for Jordan Charles.
Yeah, the 100 up for the Windward Islands, coming in 173 deliveries with 8 fours and 0 sixes. Well done to the Windward Islands team, 103 for 6.
Charles continues, and he just played that last delivery defensively and brings up the end of over number 29. 103 for 6. Charles is on 54. Williams is on 14. And the match is continuing here at Ball Beef. Let's bring you up to date. If you're following this one and you would like to know what are the scores in some of the other
55
matches that are taking place. We're going to bring you up to date shortly. When last we heard, Guyana on the 15s playing against Jamaica on the 15s. They are 101 for 9. They're playing there. And that's at ARG. Up at the stadium, Leeward Islands, they're playing the Barbados. Barbados, they're 148 for 2 against the Leeward Islands. So, Guyana on the 15, 101 for 9 in the 28th over when we were last updated. And Leeward Islands versus Barbados. Barbados 148 for 2. And that's them after 31 overs. Short delivery to start a new spell. We're just trying to identify who that bowler is. Number 5 on his back for Trinidad and Tobago, Riley Gangu. So he's a right-hand off spinner. Riley Gangu, who is there. Here we watch as delivery is again steered away into the offside field, no run. Defensive shot by Jordan Charles, just trying to see what Riley Gangu is doing. He's an off spinner. Gangu is coming around the wicket to the left-handed Charles. And Charles is almost dragging one on, edging. And the ball going ever so closely to the stumps. But he's able to survive and he gets a single.
Yes, and that single has brought up a crucial 50 partnership between Jordan Charles and Janelle Williams. A 50 partnership off of 59 deliveries. With
Janelle Williams' contribution just 15. You can say that the partnership has been dominated by Jordan Charles.
Yes, a beautiful partnership nonetheless. This is what you would want. Just build a partnership. Don't worry about too much about scoring. The runs will come. And it's come at a run a ball, this partnership. 50, almost a run a ball, 50 off of 59.
Here we see backing up and getting hit in front of the stumps. And umpire Bernard Joseph sends him on his way. He just got trapped there, did Williams, and he was adjudged leg before.
Yes, that was a ball that I believe he should have come forward to. I guess he was hanging on the back foot, a lot of flight, a bit full to be going back to.
Yeah.
And it doesn't even seem like he played a shot.
Yeah, that hit him right in front of a middle stump on that back leg. So he didn't have any answer to that one from Riley Gangu. And so he's back after the 50 partnership. He
yes, a
has
good
to walk
partnership.
back. We just have a look at it again. Really not sure what happened. He didn't play a shot. Ball just hitting him in front of the stumps on that back leg. Not sure why he looked so stunned that the umpire had sent him, because that looked pretty adjacent from that replay that we've seen here. So Windward Islands losing their 7th wicket, they're now 106 for 7 as we're in the 30th over of the day.
Yes, so that wicket has brought Javian Benjamin, number 7, to the crease. Crucial partnership broken by the Trinidad and Tobago under 15s.
So we have one more match over here at Ball Beef on Saturday. And then the action switches to the 3 main stadiums in Antigua and Barbuda. Sir Viv Richards Stadium, CCG, and ARG, which is being used today. For the first time in quite a while, cricket is being played at ARG, even though it's at the under 15 level. The last time we saw anything of cricket at ARG was those practice sessions during the World Cup. So, the new batsman has negotiated this one carefully. The total at the end of 30 overs, 106 for 7.
The West Indies will be taking on Australia in 5 T20 internationals and 3 tests. The first test is set to bowl off on the 25th of June in Bridgetown, Barbados.
Edging, beautiful catch taken behind by wicket-keeper Dylan Lee Chow. He was flashing hard outside the line of the off stump in Jordan Charles. Thick edge taken. Good diving catch. Smart catch going to his left. Taken by the wicket-keeper. And it takes a good catch like that to get rid of Jordan Charles. Windward Islands losing the 8th wicket. It's now 106 for 8.
Yes, lovely catch there by the keeper, Dylan Lee Chow. Diving away to his left. Samuel Stewart coming around the wicket, just angling that ball away slightly from the young batsman Jordan Charles, and he flashes at it, has a go and gets the outside edge, and he falls for a well played 55. There you see it there again on the replay. A bit wide, and he just has a flash at it, all hands. And the keeper holds on to it. That's the wicket that TNT were after. And they've got it through persistence. But well played to the young Jordan Charles. Well played to him. 55 off of 83 deliveries with 6 fours.
Yeah, and he got that 50 in a time when his side, the Windward Islands, were in a little bit of a crisis mode where they were losing wickets and needed somebody to stand up. And so he should be proud of his efforts. Didn't manage to carry on, but should be proud of his efforts so far.
Yes, very, very well played by the young Jordan Charles. Well played. He managed the innings from the power play all the way to over 30.
Here is a loud appeal. Not out, says the umpire. So first delivery to Caleb Charles. Now looks as if he just got the bat down a little bit late. Didn't look to me as if there was any edge on that replay.
In those situations, I would not want to be an umpire.
Yeah, that was pretty close, but I think good call in the end by umpire Shackles.
Well, you never know. You never know. I mean, we don't have Snicko, we don't have Ultra Edge, we don't have Hotspot. We don't have these things at the on the field. Wow!
Here is he swinging one over the top of mid-on for 4.
What a shot by Caleb Charles.
Is not coming there to just be a number. It was pitched up to him, and he had a swing at it and got 4.
What a shot, second ball by Caleb Charles. Mid-on and mid-off up. He's bowling a full pitch delivery. And the number 10 has a go, and has a go successfully. And he gets it over mid-on for 4. Lovely shot.
Caleb Charles has no intentions of just hanging around. He's driving again through the offside. He's going to get more runs. Gets 1, turns, and comes back for the second. So he's having a little bit of a cameo, a little bit of a go. 112. The score goes up 2 for 8.
Oh, could there be an edge? First ball. And the umpire didn't pick it up. Could there be?
Well, we'll never know. We don't have the technology, the replay. We are thanking the replay for just showing us it was much closer than we thought. I'm glad that I'm out here and not out there where Shackles is.
That is correct. Very correct.
The benefit given to the batsman on that occasion, if there was an edge, it was thin. Here we watch as Caleb Charles faces up and he's driving hard, but straight to the field at mid-off. Can't score.
Well, I think this is the type of bowling Caleb Charles likes. He likes the ball to be pitched up apparently because he is middling those balls that are full of length.
Yeah, he's not there. He's not going to just be pushing around, not scoring. He's going to have a go. Caleb Charles. He's listed as a medium pacer. Gets a slower delivery. Driving. Just waited for it. He saw it because it was literally slowed up in his delivery, in his arm. And Caleb Charles just waited for it, drove it hard back, but knocked down by the bowler to end over number 31. 113 for 8. The scoring rate is 3.65. So Windward Islands would really want, you think they would need a few more than just 113 if they're planning on winning this game. What do you think would be competitive total? Something that the Windward Islands would think that they have something to work with. I'm still thinking if they get up to 150 at this stage, that they could feel that they could still be in it.
I mean,
who starts and over?
I mean, it would be a very tough assessment to make as to what would be a good first inning score. The first game we had out here, the first inning score was 77, and Barbados would have won that game with 8 wickets to spare and would have made 77 or 78 within 20 overs. So, I know we have here again today, Windward Islands 113 in 31 overs. So it's very tough to assess what a good first innings total would be until we've seen a team bat out the 50 overs.
I'm saying that because in their first encounter, Trinidad and Tobago only made 168 after getting off to a flyer. And Guyana was able to chase it down 171 for 4. So with just that in mind, that something just around 150 gave the... Here is he bowling him. A flighted delivery by Gangu. And Javian Benjamin didn't know too much about that one. The ball just spun back into his stumps, and the Windward Islands have lost their 9th wicket. They are now 113 for 9.
Yes, that ball just seemed to have yorked Javian Benjamin there. Didn't get the bat down in time.
Yeah, quite a appreciable amount of flight as well, given by Riley Gangu. Javian Benjamin, a tail ender, not necessarily handling that too well.
Wicket on the third is 3 ball because you get around.
So, Trinidad and Tobago looking to try and polish off. Here is first delivery. A no ball called by the umpire. Is that a front foot no ball? It is unforgivable for a spinner. Free hit delivery. He's swinging this one over the mid wicket square leg region, he gets a boundary. So it was a free hit delivery, and he took full advantage of it and swung it away.
Yes,
Gango was just trying to
short
that one in.
Yeah, too short from Riley Gangu, trying to fire it in, and he's pulled it away through the backward square boundary for 4.
It's 115 for 9 in over number 32. It flashes over to 119 now for 9 with that boundary that was hit off the free hit delivery. Here is Dylan John just steering one into the offside field to end another over. At the end of it, 119 for 9 after 32 overs. Top score coming from Jordan Charles. He made 55. Johnny Williams 15.
Well, the disparity between the top scorer and the second top run getter, that disparity is evident here. But it's very hard with such a batting card to determine what a good first innings score would have been. You know, if one of those other top 6 batsmen were to maybe score a 30 or a 40, we would have been looking at a score of maybe 180, 190. But just wasn't to be today. We have Bachu, number 7.
Yes, Sanjeev Bachu.
Continuing.
He's continuing. He's in his 5th over. Wide outside the line of the off stump, flashed at it and missed it into the gloves of wicketkeeper.
So I am not sure where to place my credit, but credit is definitely due for the Trinidad team. They brought back Samuel for a 2-over burst just to get the wicket, and now they're back to spin for regular proceedings.
Played quietly back along the pitch for the bowler to field to his own bowling. No run. I think they're just trying to wrap things up. Here's Bachu. Another leg spin bowler. Caleb Charles just watches it outside the off stump. No run. I get the feeling that a googly's coming sometime soon.
Yeah, it seems like he's been setting up for that. Bowling 2 away, now 3 away.
Charles has been able to just get a single into the offside field. Gets to 121 for 9. Sanjeev Bachu. In his 5th over. Again, Dylan John just hitting one into the offside field, getting another run for the Windward Islands.
Yes, another single added to the total here.
Flighted delivery to Charles, that is driven. So he is going to keep the strike for the next over. The end of it, Windward Islands, they have moved on to 123 for 9 after 33 overs. Just have a look at the Windward Islands cards.
Yes, it's really been left wanting, the Windward Islands. Only 2 players so far getting to double figures, and that was in the partnership of Janelle Williams and Jordan Charles. And really more is desired of the top 6 batsmen for Windward Islands. A bit more application would be required. But so far, Trinidad and Tobago have been in the dominant position throughout this innings. Ganju is continuing from the police station end.
He's driving, and he's out caught. So the innings has come to an end. Dylan, is that Dylan John? He was driving very casually and was caught in the extra cover region, and that's the end of the Windward Islands innings. Yes, a check drive straight to the fielder started at extra cover. Who is that fielder there?
Yes, a flighted delivery just outside the off stump to Dylan John.
Is it the number 5 that took the catch?
Manage. Who took the catch?
Looks as if it's Riley Gangu, probably.
Apparently, from the words of the manager, Zion Phillip was the fielder.
Yeah,
the vice captain, number 66.
60 on his back.
But yes, Caleb Charles, the last wicket to fall for the Windward Islands for 8.
Yeah.
And the Windward Islands have been bowled out inside their quota of 50 overs for 123, setting the Trinidad and Tobago 124 to win.
Trinidad and Tobago would feel pretty happy about the situation coming here after losing their first match to Guyana and being able to get the first half of the match correct, bowling out the Windward Islands well within 50 overs for what seems to be a pretty normal, reasonable weak score of 123. They now have to go in and plan their innings and see how they're going to chase these 124 runs that they're going to need for victory. The Windward Islands' only area of positive came from Jordan Charles, who got that half century. I think Wickham and others showed good ability, but they didn't stick around long enough to support Jordan Charles. The Windward Islands going forward would need some of those middle order batters and even at the top end to contribute a little bit more to the score if they're going to be able to really compete and compete well. However, we will see what type of bowling attack the Windward Islands has and whether or not they're able to defend what is a small total. So we're going to rejoin in about 10 minutes or so when we're going to have the reply of Trinidad and Tobago to Windward Islands 123 all out. And welcome back to coverage of this West Indies Under 15 Rising Star Series. And today we have Trinidad and Tobago. They're taking on the Windward Islands. Trinidad and Tobago having bowled out the Windward Islands for 123 runs. So which means that they need 124 for victory. We see Gira and it is Jordan Julian. So we see Davis Gira and Jordan Julian out in the middle. And looks as if it's going to be Gira who is going to take the first strike. The Windward Islands bowling. They're going to be opening with the number 20 for the Windward Islands. Who is that number 20? The captain, Joshua Joseph. Looks as if he has the ball in his hands. The Batman? Yeah. So we're ready. Here is the first delivery of the Trinidad and Tobago reply down the leg side from Julian and going past the wicket keeper, Benjamin, and the Trinidad and Tobago batters come back for two wides, so 3 runs to start the innings. And the Windward Islands, they're going to need to limit the number of extras that they give away in this innings. Good afternoon again to you, Asha. How are you doing?
Yeah, good afternoon. It was a nice, relaxing lunch break. I went down to have a chat with the Trinidad batting coach to ask him what was the plan, and he was saying to lose less wickets than they did against Leewards, because apparently they were off to a flyer, 80-odd without loss, and then they kind of lost their way against the Leeward Islands.
Against Guyana.
Against Guyana, sorry.
Yeah.
Against Guyana.
Mm. Yeah, I think they were at one point about 90 without loss, and they ended up at 168, and Guyana were able to overtake them. Joseph just having a little bit of an issue with his radar to start, so 4 runs on the board, and he's finally been able to bowl a legal delivery. Medium pace is Joseph bowling within himself, just trying to see if he can get a couple of early wickets. I think that's what the Windward are going to need, wickets, if they're going to defend what is a relatively small score. This is Julian, short delivery, and the batter outside the line of the off stump. That looks to be the 135 on his back. That's Julian.
Correct. That's Jordan Julian.
Almost pulling that one back onto his stumps. Just jumping into line there from that delivery. Well, no damage done in the end.
I believe that what is important to see is that Windward Islands are without the services of Ikoni Robinson, I think that was. Or was that Jamaica?
Ikoni Robinson is for Jamaica.
Is Jamaica, yes. But from what I've seen so far...
We haven't seen any of these two teams yet, Asha?
No, we have not. We have not at all.
So we're just looking to see what the Windward Islands bring in terms of their bowling. I was watching them warm up. There is a little medium pacer that I saw in the warm-up. Looks pretty brisk, pretty lively. We'll see what happens when he comes in to bowl. But this is Julian. And this is right up, and just driving up on the inside is Jordan Julian. So Joshua Joseph.
Seems to be in good order, this Jordan Julian. Yes. Driving the ball lovely down to mid-on, not looking to overhit, just looking to have a feel in the first over. Joshua Joseph, much the same, just trying to find the radar, find the line and length.
His delivery is driven beautifully through the offside. He's going to get runs here. It's going to be pulled up just inside of the boundary, but that was excellent from Jordan Julian.
I am extremely impressed with that shot. Look at that. Just have a look at that shot there. Just all timing, foot to the ball, head and shoulders going towards the line of the delivery, head over the ball and just timing it. And look how that races across the outfield.
Yeah, didn't try to hit it too hard either, Julian.
That was lovely. That was a lovely stroke, I must say. He didn't get 4, but...
Joseph is in. And this time he's just stabbing at one. That is just about off stump line. No run. So positive start for Trinidad and Tobago. So at the end of the first over, it felt a long time since Joseph was bowling that over Joshua. And Joseph, he had a little bit of a problem at the start with his radar. So...
yeah, I mean, a very solid start by Trinidad and Tobago in their pursuit of 123. 6 runs within the first over, and we will see
Dylan John, who is going to
come
from the other end.
Yep, that's correct. Number 10, Dylan John. Could he be of any relation to the Windward Islands regional cricketer Ryan John?
Well, we know that in the region, quite a number of names show up that sound familiar, like people that we know. We hear Johns and Eugenes and Charles and those names when it comes to the Windward Islands. Christmas is another one that is popular down there, and Joseph, and of course when we look at the Trinidad and Tobago team, we see Pollard and we see Philip. And this first delivery from John.
Good start. Just outside the line of off stump. Full, maybe looking for a bit of swing, but good start.
Many of these children are offspring of cricketers we would have seen before, and the cycle continues. Here's this, a full toss, it straight back over the top of mid-off for 4. So it was a full toss outside the line of the off stump, and the left-handed Davis Guerra just hit that one hard back over the top of the mid-off fielder, deliberately picked up 4 runs.
Yeah, I mean, that's a waist-high full toss, and the mid-on and mid-off is up. So he could have had his pick of where to hit that wherever he wanted, and he chose to hit it straight down the ground for 4. Dylan John and Joseph just having a bit of issues with the new ball, it seems. Sliding out of the hand. He decides to come around the wicket now, and that was a very good ball around the wicket.
So he adjusted his line, adjusted his bowling very quickly. Came over the wicket, and one almost slipped from his hand, went full, and Davis Guerra didn't let him get away with it. He made him pay. Here is he again, Dylan John, outside the line of the off stump this time, touching down the wicket keeper. Benjamin, we're told, collects no run.
Yes, very well bowled by Dylan John. Good comeback. 2 dot balls after being hit for 4. Seems to have the radar going just outside the off stump, full. Looking for an edge. We have a slip fielded down there.
And another one that's right up to the left-handed Guerra. Guerra was looking to drive. Didn't make contact. No run. Davis Guerra.
Yeah, he seems to be a very aggressive batsman, looking to pounce on anything a little loose. A bit full there by Dylan John, and he's looking to hit that hard through the covers, but doesn't make any contact.
Short of a length, and he's punching, but straight to the field at point on the bounce. No run.
Yeah, off to a good start here. Trinidad and Tobago on the 15s. After just 2 overs, they're already gone 10. And looking to chip away at this target of 124 set by the Windward Island on the 15s. But Deshaun Joseph has quite the weight on his shoulders, the responsibility of trying to get an early breakthrough here for the Windward Islands. What is important now is that they attack aggressively, trying to get some early wickets.
Short delivery, but it's again badly lined down the leg side. Jordan Julian got 53 in the first match. Davis Guerra, 32. However, they batted for 99 and 78 deliveries, respectively, in the first match. Then the Trinidad and Tobago batting fell away after that. So a lot is dependent on this starting pair based on the first match performance. He's getting runs again. This one is squeezed away into the offside. And they're going to come back for 2. So 2 more to Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, really good shot. Well, really good shot here by the young Jordan Julian. Really good shot here by Jordan Julian, just easing it down to backward point where they get 2, and Deshaun Joseph is back, hitting a heavy length there, hitting the bat hard of Jordan Julian for no run.
But Julian looks solid so far in defense and seems to have pretty good timing as well. He's facing up again. Deshaun Joseph just losing his radar and firing one down the leg side.
Yeah, I mean, he seems to be pushing the ball into the batsman, but he's pushing too far. I'm not sure what is it he's trying to do currently, but
I think he's not allowing the ball to cut back. He's trying to force it. He's just trying to push it too much. Here is he with almost a full toss, and Julian would think that he missed out on that occasion because that one was full pitch delivery. He was looking to punch it through the
I don't think so. I think
Deshaun
Joseph may have gotten away with one, because as soon as he released that delivery, he looked back at the umpire like if to say, "Are you going to call a wide?" And he didn't. So a bit far from the batsman, but he looks in good order, this young Jordan Julian.
Here's he driving the ball, leaving the bat in the air, going backward of point. They come back again for 2 runs. But just driving a little bit away from his body on that occasion.
Yeah, just driving a bit away from the body on the up and just getting a thick outside edge over backward point for 2. Score moves along to 16, but this has been a good start from Trinidad so far.
Positive start from the Trinidad team. Remember, they need 124 for victory. And somebody was asking, where is this game being played? It's being played in a village called Liberta in Antigua. The home village of Kenny Benjamin, Eldine Baptiste, and the like. Raheem Jimbo Cornwall, that plays for the West Indies. This is his home ground. Home of Liberta Sports Club. The current back-to-back champions of 2-day cricket in Antigua and Barbuda.
Oh, Denmore, don't rub it in my face.
Not rubbing it in at all.
Don't rub it in my face, Denmore.
But we're broadcasting from the Liberta Sports Club building. And this is a better delivery from Joseph. Better lined and having the batsman playing defensively. Another over has come to an end. That's the third over, 16 without loss. Julian is on 6. 4 is Davis Guerra. Extras already reaching 6 because we've seen Jordan Deshaun Joseph just having a little bit of an issue with his radar.
Just slightly off this afternoon. Maybe a full stomach from the lunch, maybe so. But Trinidad have capitalized on it so far, scoring 16 off of the first 3 overs. So here we have John continuing from the police station end. Hopefully he's looking to maybe try and make the ball leave the batsman as he has a first slip there in play.
Well, he's going to go over the wicket to try again to bowl to Davis Guerra. And Guerra is dropping one on the offside and taking off very quickly and getting the single. Something we didn't see very often from the Windward Islands. Just looking to play the ball with soft hands and getting the singles, keeping the scoreboard ticking over.
Yeah, that sort of urgency and awareness is what you're looking for in young batsmen, especially when they're just coming into the game, especially when they're not big hitters. So you have to find a way to score runs, and accumulating scores with singles and twos and then capitalizing on the bad ball.
Is this something that can be taught?
Most definitely, most definitely. I mean, when you're coaching, especially young children, I remember.
Here is he tickling one down to the fine leg region. There's a fielder there, so just a single.
I mean, there are many ways of teaching it. I mean, we would have grown up playing one tip, you know, and you might want to send your batting partner down the river and maybe edge one in the inside, you know, just to protect your batting, or informal practices, you know, the coach might...
Shaving here.
Shaving, oh my word. Well, I agree, because you're really cutting your batsman batting short.
We shave our opponent, or not our opponent, but the other batsman, especially when you want to protect your own batting. But
yes, I mean, teaching it to young players, I mean, you could give them a scenario, you know, every 3 balls you're looking to get off with the strike. If is it that you face 6 dot balls in a row, your batting might be cut short at practice, you know. Just simple things like that.
Do you think that maybe part of the issue could be here is Davis Guerra trying to play a cross-batted shot, not making contact, not really executing the way that he wanted, and no run. Do you think that maybe the lack of informal cricket with these nowadays youngsters, not playing, when I say informal cricket, you know, what we call pick a side, or that kind of, because we don't see a lot of it happening these days, and that could be part of the issue why we're struggling with stuff like there is he going past the bat. Good. That's a good ball from Dylan John.
Yeah, brilliant delivery there.
That could be part of the issue that we're having when it comes to, you know, players, younger players learning the game, because everything has to be coached to them rather than them playing certain games and understanding, even not understanding why, but doing certain things, you know, to improve a certain skill without actually knowing that's what you're doing. This delivery again outside the line of the off stump. Dylan John has seemingly found his radar.
Well, yes, I agree. To an extent, schoolyard cricket, road cricket, or street cricket, whatever you want to call it, gully cricket, it has kind of fallen out of favor with the youngsters. As far as I have seen, I haven't seen it as popular as when I was younger, or maybe when you would have been younger. I mean, even for... But as it stands now, the children do have the aid of the internet and seeing their favorite batsman, so they might want to take something from their batting and shadow bat and those things.
But you see, that's why we have the big hitters, because they watch a lot of the T20 and the professional players make it look easy. New over started and Joseph continues. This time a good delivery to start the over. No one. Jashawn Joseph starting his 3rd over. And I have a radical suggestion. I've said it before. I think that with all the kiddie cricket equipment and so on, I've said you need to just take it into a schoolyard, put it down, and see who takes it up. See what happens. Don't go with a coach or anything. Here is he playing away from his body. The ball left in the air, but well wide of the lone slip fielder, down to the 3rd man boundary for a single.
Yeah, he seems to be driving quite a distance away from the body, nowhere near the pitch of the ball, and just kind of sent the hands.
Yeah, a little bit naughty, away from that excellent exhibition of driving we saw from him earlier in the innings. And so my take is that you put the gears down, put down the bat, put down the ball, put down the wicket, and just allow some people to take it up and see how they play. Because they would have seen cricket on TV. And then what might happen is that we might just uncover some people that are not coached. His delivery is turned away into the inside, no run.
Well, I don't want to seem too old or be referred to as a stick in the mud, but I do feel like technology is an advantage and a disadvantage in there. And I make reference of it because I have seen it personally that children would prefer to play a cricket game on their phone as opposed to practice actual cricket.
So we have to drag them out away from the phone.
Right, so at break time, I would see it at break time.
That's what I mean. When you have break time, when you have lunch, you put it down in the square or in the quadrangle.
But you have to lock up the phones because you're still giving them the option of whether they want to use their phone.
There is no option. I am for one, not for phones being at school.
Okay.
And I know that even in the US now they're still fighting with that challenge because they don't want the phones in at school because it, like I said, it takes away from the other things. So no phones, opportunity to play. No barriers when it comes to playing. Encourage it. When you see them playing, I know at my school I used to tell them 12:30. Just because there is school meals, you have to eat your lunch. But as soon as you're finished eating, the gear is there, go and play. And it has to be encouraged. We also need to get it back in the communities. This one is played away quietly. And here, I heard somebody say it the other day, and I'm just following it up because we've said it before. Use facilities like this against the children. Let me tell you what I mean. Invite them over, put the internet here, make it free, so that they come, and when they come for the internet, you invite them to play the sport.
That could be a plan.
Right? So they come over thinking, all right, we're going over there, we're going to get free internet. And then when they come over, you say to them, listen, let's just do, before you go on the internet, let's do 30 minutes of runabout, no? or 20 minutes of something like that. Just so you invite them for the internet and then teach the sport or encourage the sport thereafter.
That could very, very well be a method that may be used in the future because currently, for how it's going, technology might save us or be the bane of us.
But we need to use the technology because it's available. We need to use it against the people that love it. Bring the technology to the green space. So make a club like New Wintraps that you have internet available on your field. So guess what? People will come down there because they feel that there's internet there. And once they come there, people like yourself and those people who they are playing cricket, encourage them to, hey, come and knock up with our man, come and run around with us. Because as much as a child likes technology, children naturally are athletic people. Let's get back to the cricket. Here we are, and this is Dylan John, who is continuing.
Yes, very, very interesting conversation. But back to the cricket now. Dylan John continuing.
We can have these sort of conversations because it's cricket we're having. The folks are not missing any cricket. 20 without loss. 124 is the target. And we had some folks who were following us. I just had a peek at the stream during the break. And there's quite a number of persons following us, especially from Trinidad. The Trinidad folks are out. I saw some St. Lucia flags as well. And Dominica, somebody indicating it from Dominica. I'm sure that the Vincentians are watching and listening. Let me say hello to Clemoy Francois over there in St. Vincent. And also my good friends at the Dominica Football Association.
Well, from what I know about Vincentians, I know tomorrow being Friday is going to be a very good day for the Vincentians and the Trinidadians as well.
This delivery is played quietly back along the pitch for the ball of the field to his own ball in and a run. My friends over there in Grenada, I have a good friend in Grenada named Lottie Cato. What a nice name. She's a referee, sports person. She was with the Grenada on the 15 girls, I think, last year. And of course, I have a police officer friend in Grenada as well. Here's this delivery. He's swinging at it, gets a little bit of an edge release, stop it from going into the boundary. Good work down on the boundary here, as he really saved some runs.
By number 11, it looks like.
For his team. Christmas, Keelan Christmas. He's down here doing good hard work for his team just before it got to the boundary. And a good camera work as well. Cameraman here is on point today.
Yes, that's right. Shout out to the cameraman doing the good work.
He's really trying to make sure he gets on to when that big job comes. This is just the smaller version of the work, no doubt. And let me say hello to Uriah Lessie. I don't know if he knows him in Trinidad, but Uriah Lessie is a person I met, worked with when we did commentary over there in St. Vincent years ago when we did West Indies versus Bangladesh. Wide outside the line of the off stump, no run. Let me say hello to Gunny Hines as well. My good friend Gunny Hines down there in St. Vincent. Gunny, I haven't heard from you in a while. And of course to all the folks who have come through the ranks of cricket. No doubt the eyes are on these youngsters because they are the ones that are going to make up the future. John is in and nicely driven, played quietly out into the offside field. Can't score though, no run. Julian is pleasing on the eye. I like how he looks, the opening batsman here for Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, he has a good technique, a good setup. He's playing the ball straight, meeting it with a straight vertical bat, full face, not trying to play across the line or anything like that. So far I've been impressed with the two opening batsmen for Trinidad. The scorecard may not reflect just how solid their technique is, 8 off of 21 and 5 off of 15, but it's so far been a good stand considering that the Windward Islands first power play total was only 29. So they've already gotten to 23 already. So just to maintain and cruise, as you could say, and hopefully they can put together a good batting performance if Windwards don't have something to say about it.
Joseph touches down one outside the line of the off stump to the left-handed Davis Guerra, and there's no run.
Yes, I mean, it seems to me like he's now found the radar going, you know. He's have a little shape into the left-handed batsman, but not close enough for the batsman to be forced to play. If he could get that just a little closer.
And this one is, again, going down the leg side, just clipping it away. We'll see if it got any baton to it. Sound, I thought I heard a double sound, yeah, correct. So just another single to Davis Guerra as that one.
Well, yes, he tried to get it straighter, but he got too straight and ended up on the pads.
Tends to be pushing it, and but the thing about it is pushing it both sides.
Yes, correct.
He's pushing it down the leg side to both the right-hander and the left-hander. When he tries to get it straight, he just tends to push the ball a little bit. Probably just needs to bowl it. Just bowl it into the pitch.
Well, this is why it's so difficult to bowl to a right-hand, left-hand combination. And that is why it's so sought after at the top of the order for a lot of teams. The left-hand, right-hand combination just gives the bowler a bit more to think about. And at these young stages of your career, it could be quite challenging. And it's
used to try, again, just pushing it a little bit down the leg side. He's held on to his back. He could just tend because he's just overstraining just a little bit. Trying too hard. Oh, Jashawn Joseph. Thank you so much to my scorer, just to make sure that I'm calling the name correctly. So Jashawn Joseph. And if I said anything else, I apologize to him. Here is Jashawn Joseph. Good. When he gets it on target, he looks so much better. He does so well with it. But when he tends to try and go for probably that wicket-taking delivery or a different kind of ball, he kind of overstrains and pushes the ball a little bit too much.
Yes, just to be patient here. As a young bowler, you don't need to try anything too fancy. Just continue chipping away at that line and length.
Short of a length, and he's banged away over the mid-on region 4 runs.
Yeah, he was on to that in a flash, Jordan Julian. As we see here, Joseph aiming for a short ball, but he didn't really get up as much as he would have liked outside the eye line of the batsman. So it was outside the off stump, and he rocked back quickly, transferred the weight, and hit it well in front of square for 4.
Yeah, probably didn't go where he wanted it to, but he was effective enough. Got it into a straightish mid-wicket position. Picked up a well-deserved 4 runs. Jashawn Joseph. This one is played away in the air, but between the cover and backward point position. And fielder giving chase. And they're able to come back for 2 more runs. 28 without loss. 30, correction, without loss at the end of over. Number 7 will take a
So yes, as you would have seen by that advertisement, we are home for the summer. The West Indies are going to take on Australia in 3 tests and 5 T20 internationals starting on the 25th of June and ending on the 28th of July. The first test is set to be bowled in Barbados at Kensington Oval on the 25th of June.
Which one are you going to?
Well, if anybody out there wants to sponsor me a ticket to either Barbados, Grenada, St. Kitts, if you want to, or Jamaica, if you want to sponsor me a ticket, I'll be more than happy to come down. And
any one of those countries,
yes,
you'd enjoy yourself. They're all beautiful in their own right. Having been to all of them, I did enjoy my stay. Absolutely, the Caribbean is a very beautiful place. I'm telling you, anywhere in the Caribbean that you go, it's a different kind of experience, but trust me, you're going to enjoy it.
Just missing in his run up here, Dylan John. Just not getting it right, not feeling comfortable. But that's all right. You can always get back to the top of your mark. Davis Guerra, 6 off of 17, just looking to accompany his partner, Jordan Julian.
Gets a full pitch delivery, driving pleasantly out to the mid-off fielder, no run.
I've noticed some shape away from the left-handed batsman by Dylan John. I mean, he could very well, he's bowling all right in bowling 3 overs for 7, but he has some shape away from the lovely seam positioning as well from that replay.
Another delivery that goes through to the wicket-keeper. Not taken cleanly, but no damage done in the end. So the score remains on 31. Yes. 31 without loss.
I mean, he could, if he could learn a bit more about controlling that swing, because he has a lovely seam position and is away from the left-hander, so meaning the seam would be pointed towards slip or towards third man, and he has that going quite well, but he just needs to land it in the right area, and the umpire calls no ball.
So no ball delivered.
Seems like he stepped over the front line there, young John. Ooh. And the batsman has reacted saying, yes, I've got a free hit. So let's see what Davis Guerra has to say about that no ball.
Opportunity for Guerra. Full toss, and he's swinging it in the air. And it comes down to a fine leg region. So another free hit. This was a full toss. Almost head high. And swung it away.
Yeah, that didn't come out the way he wanted it at all. I think he was looking for a Yorker. But it's a single on the no ball, which means the field can change. So now Jordan Julian gets a crack at a free hit as well.
And he's taken it well. Length, and he just hammered that one over square leg region, 6 runs.
Yeah, that's a beautiful shot by Jordan Julian. He just took a step across the stumps onto about off stump, and he bowled it short into the wicket, John, and it was just helped on its way by Jordan Julian. I guess showing his partner Guerra, that's what you do with a free hit. You hit it for 6. A good shot, and Trinidad and Tobago are up to 40.
14 over number 8. Gets a Yorker length delivery, but still gets a single. Just comes down quickly on it. Gets it into the mid-wicket region. One more to the total. Left and right and combination. The field changes over.
Yes, and with that 6, I guess he did well to pick his area that he's going to hit that ball. He picked it well. He came across the stump, and he dispatched it and executed well.
Really executed well on that occasion. He almost as if he was expecting it. He just waited for it. It was dragged down and he hammered it. He's going to get more runs here is Davis Guerra as he hit that one firmly past that mid-on region into 4 runs.
Yeah, another short-ish delivery, but he was onto it in the flash again. Not very short, not too far away from a good length delivery, but he just had enough time to get back on to the back foot there and hit it over, well, between mid-on and mid-wicket for 4.
Yeah, and the pace was not very much on that delivery, so he gave Guerra quite a lot of time to see that one, and he really hammered it well for 4. John goes around the wicket, and Guerra is driving, peels off the thick outer edge, but straight to backward point, no run. Samuel Stewart and Sadafal both getting wickets, 5 wickets by seamers there for Trinidad and Tobago. So I believe that they have some bonus points coming their way.
Yes, correct. Every fast bowling wicket taken by a team gets
0.2 points.
Yep.
So,
and depending on how closely this tournament comes down, it could very well be the difference between winning and losing. But we see a change in bowling here.
And maybe that too was part of the reason why we saw Captain Pollard bringing back Samuel Stewart and the other fast bowler, Satafal.
And we see a change in bowling here. Number 4 coming into the attack, Caleb Charles.
Sadafal is it. So Charles coming on for the Windward Islands. First delivery, bang on target. No run. Say good morning, good afternoon to all those who are still following us here on the live stream. Bringing you coverage of the West Indies CWI Rising Stars on the 15 tournament. And he's balled him! Deceived him, and he was coming forward looking to drive Jordan Julian, and that one just crept between bat and pad, off stump rock back.
Perfect.
And
perfect. That's a lovely
Caleb
delivery.
Charles would be very happy. That one, you see how that one cut back? It was a perfect delivery. Started on about off stump, just outside the off stump, cut back sharply, right between bat and pad. Julian goes. Trinidad there 45 for 1.
Yeah, that's a fast bowler's wicket. That's what every fast bowler dreams of. Every coach has been preaching. Hit the top of off, hit the top of off. And he has done exactly that, going through the gates, looking for a massive off drive. And the ball just nipping back through the gates and hitting exactly the top of off. That's a perfect delivery. And
Caden Pollard going out to bat.
Go.
And I was just looking through the stream, some of the comments that during the coverage, and there are some folks that are saying Caden Pollard is going to get a second duck today. So he definitely would want to get off the mark. He has a lot of mannerisms as Kieran Pollard. If you watch him going out to the crease there, just the way that he's walking, just looks a lot like a younger version of Kieran Pollard.
Well,
almost a younger clone.
Well, number 55 is definitely on the back, but yes, I would love to have another look at that wicket again, because that was perfect, to be honest. Very solid action, everything going towards the line, but look at that, on a length, not too full, and just headed through the gates.
Just enough to pull him forward. Pollard faces his first delivery and gets away off the mark. So he's off in this tournament. I think he got naught in his first encounter. Jogs back for 2. So he would feel a lot better about that, having been able to get off the mark.
Yeah, most definitely. But off to a good start nonetheless, the Trinidad and Tobago team. Windward with that wicket, if that could inject some belief into the team, that would be lovely.
Wide outside the off stump. Left alone. So Barbados giving Barbados, they're currently on 275. So Barbados 275. Let's see that scorecard for Jamaica. Kilani Clark getting 86, Paris 72, 55 for Seth Smith, the wicket keeper. So 275 all out, Barbados in the final over of the 50, 49.5 overs. Here is he edging past the slips region down to a third man. They should look to come back now. They just take 1. 23 extras conceded by the Leeward Islands. William Pittman getting 6 wickets. 6 wickets for 41 runs in 9.5 overs. A wicket each for Treyan Daniel, Jathan Edward and Jacquan Athenes for the Leeward Islands. So Leeward Islands, they're going to need 276 for victory. That might be
tall order.
Tall order. Guyana being bowled out for 104 in 28.1 overs. And Jamaica, after 8 overs, they're 31 for 1. Let's just have a look at the Jamaica scorecard so far. Shaw, Jaden Shaw is not out on 11. Rajay Mageki, he was out bowled for 8, and Test for Ward, he's not out on 5. So Jamaica chasing 104, 35 for 1. So $71 needed there for the Jamaicans. They have all 9 wickets, still 9 wickets in hand. This delivery is struck away into the offside field. They're going to come back for a second run. So 2 runs to Pollard, 2 more to the Trinidad and Tobago team. Just a little bit of a lackadaisical effort by the Windward Islands out there in the field.
And that's 50 up for the Trinidad and Tobago team. 50 coming within the power play after just 9.1 overs.
So 50 for 1. Delroy Tittle from the northern end, the police station end. Pollard gets another delivery that he's just driving back up on the offside, no run.
Yes, and just a little plug for any live scores throughout this On the 15 tournament. For any ticket sales, any news and scores about the West Indies, you go to www.windiescricket.com, the home of West Indies cricket.
Yeah. And Pollard just sending back Guerra on that occasion. It was Guerra's call because the ball had gone past the wicket keeper. And Pollard's was just caught ball watching on that occasion and not necessarily paying attention to the cricket.
Yeah,
Almost
just a
little bit of a mix up there.
Yeah, just a bit of confusion there out in the wicket.
This is a wide delivery by Delroy Tittle, just aiming for a little bit more pace, pushing that one wide.
Well, I must say the resemblance is uncanny. Number 55 on the jersey, using an SS bat.
All the mannerisms he has. I think it's Pollard's son. They said he is.
Well, I'm not sure who would contest that, but from what I've seen, the resemblance is uncanny.
It is.
But good start for Delroy Tittle so far.
He's driving. Is Pollard, but straight to mid-off. No run.
Yeah, this is a good start by Delroy Tittle. But I think at this point in time, it would be beneficial for the Windward Islands to be a bit more attacking, try and get wickets, because bowling dot balls at this stage is not going to get you to win this game. And at this point in time, I just think you should attack a little bit more. But as we say that, after 10 overs, that would be the drinks break. Trinidad and Tobago 51 for 1 from the end of their power play. So we're going to take a short drinks break, and we will be back with more live coverage.
So we're back. We refreshed ourselves. The players would have had a drink, had a talk with their coaches, and we're ready to resume coverage here from Ball Beef in Liberta. This under 15 Rising Star match between Trinidad and Tobago and the Windward Islands. Windward Islands making 123 after being asked to bat this morning. Trinidad won the toss. And Trinidad and Tobago in their power play, 51 for 1.
Well, yes, I'm interested here to see what the plan would be for Windward Islands after the drinks break. They would have had a long conversation with the coach, I guess relaying directions. So let's see what are the result of those directions.
Short delivery again down the leg side. He's had 2 wide deliveries to start after the drinks break. 1 wide outside the off stump and then short and wide down the leg side.
Yeah, just overcorrecting there, the young Caleb Charles. If he could just find that line and length before, not look for too much pace, just bowl a good line and length, that should be fine.
This time finding the length and the line, full up to the batter who's driving, Davis Guerra. No run.
Well, this is a very interesting field. I mean,
this delivery is pushed away into the offside, sent back Davis Guerra. As again, Pollard is just a little bit guilty, just watching the ball watching. That field at mid-off was pretty deep. Thought if he was positive, could have gotten that single.
oh, that's no good there by the young Pollard. Just turning his back on his partner. It was his partner's call, looking to get a quick single, and doesn't seem like there was any call of no. Just turned his back and looked at the ball.
So they're going to need to sort out their communication. Make sure that they have good, solid, clear calls.
Yes, most
but
definitely.
I thought that could have been a single because the field at mid-off is deep. He's on the 30-yard circle. The ball wasn't struck with that hard to him. It was going, and Guerra wanted the single right away. Pollard was just there, leaning on his bat, turning his back.
Yeah, this is good bowling here from the young Caleb Charles, but a very interesting field. Mid-off, extra cover, backward point, a slip, but no third man. He has a fine leg, a backward square leg, and a short mid-wicket, so I'm not sure.
The problem is, or the situation is, that even though the power play is completed, Windward Islands, they need wickets. So they're still trying to keep players in positions that they can look to get a wicket. So instead of going on the defensive, they know they're not going to defend 123. So the only how that they're going to really be effective is if they get back into this game with wickets. So they're still trying to keep fielders in positions that they can get wickets. Caleb Charles. So after those 2 deliveries at the start that were off target, he was able to complete a pretty decent over. At the end of it, Trinidad and Tobago 53 for 1.
Yes, the sun is out here at Ball Beef Liberta. Doesn't seem like we should have any scares of rain for the rest of the day. A lot of sunshine, a lot of breeze, so lovely conditions for a day of cricket. Here we see Delroy Tittle continuing from the police station end.
So outside the line of the off stump. Tittle starts a new over. Pollard just almost just wafting the bat at that one, not really moving his feet. It seems a little bit casual in his batting. Hits that one pretty hard. Gets it past the fielder who's diving over it. The ball carried down and seems to have gone into the boundary for 4.
Yeah, a little naughty there by the mid-off fielder. Pollard drives to mid-off and just didn't get down in time. A valiant effort putting in a dive, the young John, but the ball still trickles into the boundary. The score moves on to 57 for 1.
He's going to get more runs here. A good bit of fielding in that backward point position, tumbling to his left.
Yes, that's lovely fielding there by the deep backward point fielder. Well, I shouldn't say deep backward, just a standard backward point. Good feeling. He saved around 2 runs. They only got a single for that. The score moves over to 58 for 1.
That was Darwin Lewis in that position there. This one is again wide down the leg side. Gira was looking to help it on its way. No contact made.
I think this is giving the Windward Islands bowlers a lot of trouble bowling to the right hand, left hand, right hand, left hand. Because
and that's why it's important about the rotation of strike, because we see what is happening to the Windward Islands bowlers when they rotate the strike. Gira comes down the track and hits this one hard past the mid-on region 4 runs.
Yeah, it seems like he's had enough. It seems like that was his plan.
Just saw him, just look at him.
He just gave a little
forward.
walk. Yeah, just gave a little walk and just had a full bat swing, a lovely bat swing just to the right of mid-on, straight down the ground for 4.
So, a little bit flat out there for the Windward Islands. They seem to Trinidad just seemed to have knocked the wind out of their sail. So they're a little bit on the quiet side, a little bit tentative. Davis Gira faces, gets one again, that's down the leg side from Delroy Tittle. Can't make contact, wide given. He's out caught. So his driving is Davis Gira straight to that man at extra cover who takes the catch, and Trinidad and Tobago losing their 2nd wicket. That of Davis Gira.
Yes, the young Gira tried to repeat the dose again. Again giving a small charge to the bowler. But instead of getting it on the stumps, he got it just outside the off stump and he drilled it straight to extra cover, which was a comfortable catch.
So comfortable catch taken by Joseph, Joshua Joseph, the captain. And he was not going to drop that one. It was hit hard, but straight to him. And he used excellent technique, just got right behind that one and took a good catch. And just maybe Gira just getting a little bit overconfident.
Yes, most definitely. He hit the first one like that and he was trying to repeat the dose. But just didn't get the same ball. This was a bit wider and he didn't get the elevation that he would have wanted as well. So it just was flat and hard to the fielder, which took a comfortable catch on the edge of the 30-yard circle. So 64 for 2, and that brings number 66 vice-captain Zion Phillip to the crease for the TNT on the 15.
Trinidad would remember that they had a very good start in their first game and then fell away. So some of these batters can't begin to get complacent, begin to get overconfident. I thought Guerra just got a little bit impatient. He was there for a while, already faced 30 deliveries for only 15 runs, and he felt as if he just wanted to push things along. See another wide delivery. This time, Delroy Tittle, he really having a struggle. Delroy Tittle.
Well, I don't think he should have been discouraged. He just didn't execute as well as he would have hoped, because just maybe about a foot higher, that would have been 4 for how well he hit that ball. But unfortunate, Delroy Tittle again to
Pollard is cutting, but again, cutting it to Darwin Lewis at that backward point position and can't score. End of another over has come 66 for 2. We've had 12 overs.
Yeah, just cruising along here is the TNT on the 15s. No hassle needed. The required run rate all but just a little over 1.5 runs and over. Less than 2 runs and over, just cruising. So, not in any hurry is Trinidad and Tobago on the 15s. And here we see a change in bowling from the pavilion end. Number 29, Janelle Williams.
So Janelle Williams is listed here as a wicket keeper. So we'll see what bowling he does. Some sort of spin bowling he's going to do.
Yeah, the captain just heeding the words of the coach in terms of its field placement. And here we see Janelle Williams for the first time.
Left arm spinner. So he's left arm around the wicket to the left-handed Zion Phillip. Phillip gets a tossed up delivery that he's just driving pleasantly, gets his innings underway.
Yes, just a firm push down the ground for a single. Nothing too risky to get off the mark. And I think this should prove to be a very interesting matchup between the young Caden Pollard and Janelle Williams, a left-arm orthodox, taking the ball away from Caden Pollard, who seems to like to hit the ball straight like his father.
His delivery swept away. He's going to get some runs here for Phillip. Rushing back for the second run.
Yeah, a bit of a heavy outfield here at ball beef down towards the mango tree. Good sweep shot. He He covered that well, got out to the pitch of it, washed it all the way onto the bat, beating the short fine leg, but not enough legs for it to get to the boundary.
This time he's going to get a boundary as he's hitting this one. Short delivery, just banged it over the square leg region 4 runs.
Yep, well, that one was a lot shorter, so he could have enough time to rock back and pull that just over the head of what looks to be a 45 on the boundary there. A 45 within the 30-yard circle, and once he cleared that, there was a lot of acreage behind deep square leg to get 4. They're kind of motoring along here, is Zion Phillip and TNT on the 15.
Yeah, they're trying to
just having a look there is
self in any trouble. Just trying to see off this 123 made by the Windward Islands. Better delivery that though from left-handed Janelle Williams to bring up the end of the over. Needing 124 for victory, Trinidad and Tobago. The 107 correction there, 74 for 2 after 13 overs. I was getting ahead of myself just now. 74 for 2 of 13 overs.
Yeah, correct. Maybe a little ahead, maybe another score on one of the games at maybe Stadium or ARG. But nonetheless, yes, 74 for 2 after 13. And we're going to see spin from both ends here at Ball Beef Liberta. We now see the introduction of number 18, Jordan Charles. So let's see if he can save the bowling innings as he did the batting innings of the Windward Islands.
So he's listed as a leg spinner. First delivery, looking for some turn. Pollard just standing up, looking to punch that through the offside. No run.
Well, he has a good start. It's always good to start the spell with a dot ball. A bit fuller this delivery, challenging the stumps, and Caden Pollard negotiates it well for no run.
Hitting that one and not fielded well. Out on the deep, there was a fielder on the cover boundary. Pollard hit that one hard, and the fielder was expected to handle that one, and just at the last moment that bounce, they just couldn't handle it. The ball going into the fence for 4.
Yeah, just running past that one, the cover sweeper. Hit hard by Caden Pollard. It was a bit overpitched by the leg spinner, and he capitalized fully.
Here we see trying to force one away is Pollard, wanting a single, rightly set back by Zion Phillip. That one was just gone behind the wicket keeper, and the man at slip was after it very quickly in Wickham. Here is Pollard cutting, and he gets it between the man at backward point and square cover, and he picks up a boundary.
Yes, leaking runs here is Jordan Charles in his first over. 4.4. This time it being short outside the off stump, and he just eases back Caden Pollard and cuts it between backward point and third man for 4.
82 for 2. Pollard is hitting this one hard out to the long off region. Again, the field there. And just a single. Interesting.
Yes, I thought that would have at least be 2 for how straight that was back over the bowler's head, but the batsman seemed to agree that A single was all they needed. But nonetheless, a very productive over for the Trinidad and Tobago on the 15s. 9 coming off it after 14 overs. TNT on the 15, 83 for 2.
So 83 for 2. Pollard is on 20. Zion Phillip is on 7. And run the runs. Zion was the call from the coaches just towards the end of that last over. As again, just guilty of ball watching. This one outside the line of the off stump. Pollard allows it to go by, and then not very good wicket keeping by Benjamin there. And the call was for 3, but he just settled for 2 byes. Again, not extremely quick sprinting between the wickets, between Pollard and Phillip.
Yes, very relaxed running. I mean, I don't blame them. They don't need more than a run and over. But still, it's crucial to practice the right things at such a young age.
I was just going to admonish you. I was just going to tell you, yes, we have to encourage them to do the right thing. You know, don't just trot through for 2 because you think you're in front. Every run counts. Here is Phillip getting a delivery as Jordan Charles starts his... Janiel Williams, is it? Yes, Janiel Williams starts his new over. Here is Williams in and looking to swing that one away is Zion Phillip, just chopping it into his pads, no run.
Well, yeah, there's 2 guys out on the leg side boundary. So I guess he's trying to sweep finer to beat those 2 men.
Gets a wide delivery, one that just slips down the leg side. Another flighted delivery from Janiel Williams. Play defensively, no run. So, Trinidad and Tobago spectators, they're here, quite relaxed over in that southeastern corner under a very big tree. They found some shade.
So I have an interesting question for you. I mean, I don't believe I've seen a lot of children be as active as we used to be climbing fruit trees and whatnot. But of the fruits that you would have tasted by climbing the trees, whether it be a plum tree or a mango tree, possibly if you were good enough, you climb a coconut tree. Are there any specific spots here in Liberta that you would go to be like, I want a mango, I'm going to go over here, or I want a plum, or I'm going to go over there?
Yeah, there are areas. Don't want to tell you where they are for security reasons. But I can tell you, on our right, they had a plum tree in the yard right at the bottom there. That was a favorite of ours.
Red plums or yellow plums?
Yellow plums.
And
I'm telling you, that was the spot.
Boy.
We can say so now. They're old and probably the lady there has died as well. But that was a favorite spot of ours, and I used to like custard apple as well. And there were a couple of trees inside the land there where we call Mr. Chaz, just to the right of where we are on the eastern side there. And there is a mango tree I spoke of yesterday in the schoolyard called Greenskin. That was a favorite of many. Still is a favorite. Where you want to get kidney mangoes and grafted and those other things, we have to remain nameless for security reasons. Because those trees are still in existence.
And so are the people
and
who
so are
got
the
the
people
tree,
who own them.
very much in existence.
Yeah, so.
But that's the Caribbean for you. We have a lot of fruits, so you never
He never shot. This morning, as I was walking through the schoolyard to come here, I came across a guava tree that had ripe guava on it. I actually picked one. Hadn't had a guava off of a tree directly for quite a while.
Yes, I'd have to admit the same as well. I haven't had a guava in quite a while. I haven't even seen any grapefruits around in a while either.
Yeah, they've been around. We used to, stuff we call shaddock, which is grapefruit's cousin, and so on. There were many fruit trees around.
It's lovely in the Caribbean, especially in Antigua. When you grew up in a village, those are how your days are spent. You know, you go in to get some. You're going to play some cricket. You're going to do some homework if mommy says so, and you're going to eat some fruit trees.
Certainly. Let's take a break and tell you about We Coming Home. And remember, you need to support the West Indies home series against Australia, Barbados, Grenada, Jamaica, and St. Kitts, where the matches are going to be. And for those who are listening to us and maybe on our stream, you can start to tell us who should be the West Indies test captain. I said it on the first day that I think that Shea Hope should be the all-formats captain. However, there are many persons that disagree with me, and the Guyanese would tell you that Tevin Imlach is a good candidate. The Dominicans would tell you, no, Alec Athenes. The folks, no doubt, from Jamaica are going to tell you John Campbell. So let's hear who you think should be the West Indies captain. And they could also tell us who are some of the folks that they would love to see in this West Indies team. Are we going with the team that we had before the West Indies Championship, or are we going to see some new names? Will somebody like a Kevlin Anderson, who did well, get an opportunity? They're going for a quick single as we have a sharp shower that's just showing up. We see the groundsmen sprinting to be in place.
I don't think this is going to linger much longer.
Shouldn't really be. This should just be a sharp shower that blows by, but you never know. Sometimes these clouds just hang overhead and produce a lot more rain than you expect. Pollard is hitting this one in the air out to the long off region. It's picked up on the bounce, so he gets just a single. 91 for 2, so he's looking to push things on. We're in the 17th over of the innings. Pollard is there on 24 of 28. Zion Phillip 8 of 14. And so we're just watching to see what it is here. Is this delivery is going past the wicket keeper and running behind. They get just another single.
Yeah, a
Trinidad and Tobago does not want rain. They want the victory, having lost their first match. So even though there is some drizzle around, the game is continuing. And here is he driving one back to the ball, and he's dropped. Driven hard back by Pollard, and Janelle Williams just couldn't hold on. He tossed it up to Pollard. Pollard drove it straight back to him. Went full to his arm, but he couldn't hold on.
Well, I'm not sure who's more fortunate in that instance. The bowler getting away with bowling a full toss, or the batsman hitting the full toss straight back to the bowler. I'm not sure who's more fortunate or who's less fortunate, but regardless, it's a drop catch, and that's the end of the 17th. 92 for 2, and the umpires might be looking at each other to
they're
debate.
Looking a little bit nervous. The ground staff, they're standing by. As in England, this would be the weather that you start your cricket match. It's raining like this. They tell you it's a lovely day, beautiful day for weather for cricket. This one is played quietly back along the pitch, no run. Having spent some time in English conditions, I've seen them start games in some weather and light. You'd be surprised. But there's a drizzle around the field. They're continuing though. Zion Phillip, he's on 9, facing up as Jordan Charles is bowling from the northern end. Here's his delivery. He's edging, gets it past the slip and is running down to the third man region. Shouldn't carry to the boundary. They come back for 2, and that's all they're going to have. Again, not the busiest of running we've seen between the wickets from these two Trinidad and Tobago players. Almost ambling through for 2 rather than probably pushing hard and looking to get 3. The rain just seems to be coming down a little bit harder at our location. The ground staff, they are standing by. This delivery is driven up on the onside. The umpires are still continuing, and there is no run.
Yes, but that edge from Zion Phillip, that was very well bowled by Jordan Charles.
Here is this one again. He's trying to swing it over the onside, gets bat on it. It comes down to a fine leg region. They come back for 2 more runs. Not where he wanted it. He was trying to get that one more over the square leg region.
Yeah, just straying onto the legs there is Jordan Charles.
And they think they're going to come off now. The ground staff was standing and the sprint has started. They're just sprinting on with those 2 small covers that are going to go directly on the pitch. And then if the rain gets a little heavier, you're going to see the larger covers come on. They're just making sure that they get these 2 smaller covers on that are going to protect the direct pitch.
Yeah, just a short stoppage, I believe. It shouldn't be too long. But TNT are in a commanding position at this
stage.
break. 96 for 2.
Sure that they are well ahead of the Duckworth-Lewis situation.
Yes, very, very well ahead.
Yeah,
so very far ahead, I must say so. In any of the circumstance, I think Windwards would more so want this rain to stop, so they have the opportunity to at least try and pull a rabbit out of the hat here. But if the rain continues, well, we'll have Trinidad being the unequivocal winner.
And if you notice that the Windward Islands players are not coming all the way in, this is normal rain in Dominica. If you go to Dominica, rain like this doesn't stop the show. But we have a short break in play, rain delay. Trinidad and Tobago needing 124 for victory there, 96 for 2. We're going to take a short break, and when we have live play once again, we surely will join you back here from Liberta. Then more on behalf of Ashamara Cornelius, we're just going to take the short break, and then we will be back shortly. At Ball Beef, we've had a resumption after the rain break and just a wide to start. Philip again just trying to sweep. They're going to get a run in the end after a little bit of a mix-up in the player there. That looks to be Wickham, just trying to pick that one up his boot, kick the ball away a little further, allowing the batters to come through for, what was that, a bye?
Single. So that takes the score up to 98 for 2. Just one ball short of 18 overs. Caden Pollard, 24 not out. So far playing a very responsible innings for the captain. Not trying to take too many risks.
Here is he, beaten by one. Pollard was looking at one, went right through him, and they're able to come back for two byes. So he was beaten by that one, went right through him and right through the wicket keeper as well, and brings up the 100 for Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, no turn there on offer for Jordan Charles. And there was Pollard playing for turn and going straight through for byes to beat the keeper as well. But 100 up for Trinidad and Tobago on the 15s for the loss of 2 wickets, coming in 18 overs. And they're just cruising along at this point in the innings, requiring just 24 more for victory at less than a run a ball. So continuing from the pavilion end, we have Williams, I believe.
Yes, Jeniel Williams. And he's continuing to flight it, trying to tempt the Trinidad batsman into a fall stroke. Again, with a little bit of flight this time, a little faster from Jeniel Williams.
I mean, I think it's a good plan to have. I mean, you have nothing more to lose in this game, so might as well bowl your best ball and try to get a wicket towards your name. But Zion Phillip is up to the challenge, not giving away his wicket easily. Trying to work this one into the leg side, but just didn't get a good enough connection. But I think that the Windward Islands should still try and fight to the very end, not just give up this game easily. Because as you would have seen previously in the IPL, anything is possible. The Kings 11 Punjab defending 111 runs.
Saw that the other day. So it's cricket.
It is cricket.
You have to play all the way to the end.
Yes, it's extraordinary how the game of cricket is so. At one point, you're able to score 250 in 20 overs, but then can't score 111. So, very interesting the game cricket. You're never bored.
Every day is a new challenge when it comes to cricket. Another Yorker length delivery from Jeniel Williams, blocked out, and to end another over. So 100 for 2 after 19 overs. The Trinidad and Tobago team just tinkering along, hoping to get the 24 runs needed.
The batsman seems to be signaling towards the dressing room for some gloves, it looks like.
Yeah, just wanting a change of glove or maybe just a fresh pair. Charles is going to continue. This one is in the air and he's out caught. So a lazy type stroke from Caden Pollard, one that was tossed up to him from Charles, and he's just driving outside the off stump, not really getting his feet in the correct position, and a good smart catch taken going to his left there. Looks to be, is that Lewis? Maybe it looks to be Darwin Lewis who took that catch. We'll confirm in a minute. But Pollard goes back for 24, and Trinidad and Tobago losing their third wicket, the 100 for 3.
Yeah, I just didn't get to the pitch of that one, playing inside the line. I'm not sure if there was any turn on offer for Jordan Charles, but nonetheless, he got the outside half of the bat, and John ran around and took a comfortable catch there. Dylan John, number 10. So TNT 100 for 3, and that brings number 1 to the field, Ethan Ramcharan.
So Ethan Ramcharan is there with Zion Phillip. And Trinidad and Tobago don't want to make this more exciting than it needs to be. Thought it was just a little bit of a low stroke there from Captain Pollard. This delivery is one that's angled into the new batsman, Ethan Ramcharan. Gets it away into the onside field, no run.
The cricket in the Caribbean, how fun it is, just having a chat with one of the young Trinidad and Tobago players.
Yeah, they're just having a look over, just trying to see how the system works.
Yes, they're interested in coming over for a commentary stint. I wouldn't mind giving them the mic.
He can come. Here is this delivery, played quietly again into the offside, no run.
And he's a bit shy. But that's a good shot to get off the mark for Ethan Ramcharan. A nice little flick between mid-wicket and mid-on for 1. Those kind of shots show me that as with age or as they progress, he can easily hit that for 4.
Charles still trying for the Windward Islands. That last delivery is just driven back by Phillip. No run. So Trinidad and Tobago would be, the players have a broad smile on their face. They would be in a happy space today. Just 23 runs needed. Still 7 wickets in hand. And you would want to think that they can't mess it up from here. But it's cricket. And it's a cricket, lovely cricket, the game of glorious uncertainties.
Yes, the old adage, it's not over until the fat lady sings, but there's no fat ladies around here. But yeah, hopefully Jordan Charles would be hoping that he can prize a few more wickets and make this an interesting contest.
So Ramcharan is going to face up from a new over
of Janelle Williams, number 29, continuing.
One of the things that I've liked is that Williams has been generous in the flight that he's been given the ball, flighting again. Playing square of the wicket is Ramcharan, can't beat the fielder though. Short delivery and not able to find the gap is Ramcharan. I thought he was going to really smash that one somewhere in the mid-wicket region. Got it back up to the mid-off field and no run. Another flighted delivery. Played away into the offside field, no run. Tomorrow is the traditional Good Friday here in Antigua. Today being Holy Thursday, as the Christian calendar calls it. This delivery played away into the offside field. What are you doing for Good Friday?
Well, I don't have any plans. I might be going to the beach, maybe. But everybody will be going to the beach,
yeah, it's a beach day here in Antigua. That's a good plan. And funny thing, when we were younger, at Easter, the tide was very low. So we could walk from a beach called Cherry Hill over onto a little island off the coast of English Harbour. If you go to Pigeon Point, you can see it, called Old Fort. And we used to walk. The tide used to get so low that you walk right across, the water gets only as high as your knee.
Really?
Yep. And if you go down to an area called Turtle Bay, the reef was visible in our days at Easter time. Very strange. This is delivery. Start of Jordan Charles is in. Play defensively. No run. Wherever you are in the Caribbean, find something safe to do at the Easter time.
Yes, please be responsible, most importantly, for anyone out there enjoying the festivities. But this is very good bowling so far from Jordan Charles, bowling 4 overs for 17, keeping the batsman quiet, attacking the stumps, not really looking for any ripping deliveries or any cloud-bound flighted deliveries.
Philip trying to pull one into the onside, not able to connect, no run. And from midnight tonight until midnight tomorrow night, there are no sales of alcohol, according to the law. He's swinging one over the square leg region, 6 runs. This time he was able to make good contact, did Zion Phillip, and was able to swing that one over the backward square leg region for a maximum, 6 runs.
Yes, he's attempted that shot a few times, some going a bit squarer for 2, but he finally connects on this instance and gets good enough contact to carry it over the rope for 6. But that seems to be his get out of jail shot, the sweep shot. So I'm sure Jordan Charles is aware of that and trying to combat such a shot.
Captain is just trying to make a little bit of an adjustment, moving that man at mid-wicket region a little bit more towards the backward square. Here is he going to get some more runs, plays this one off the outer edge. Is not going to carry, just pulls up short in front of the boundary, but they're able to rush back for 3 runs. So 3 more to Zion Phillip, 3 more to the Trinidad total, 110 now for 3.
Yes, I believe he read the batsman like a book there a while ago, Zion Phillip. Jordan Charles bowling a quicker ball, and he just used the pace and guided that past the slips for 3 runs. Good cricket.
Yeah, very good execution as well. Nice when you see young players can play that kind of stroke, just understanding what is taking place and playing it a little bit late, almost out of the wicketkeeper's gloves, and just guiding it down to a vacant third man, running through for 3 runs. Very good running too between Philip and Ramcharan. They were very mindful and wanted the 3 runs and got it in the end. Here is Williams. One that he's pushing towards the leg side, taking the batsman on the pad, has a stifled appeal. Not out, says umpire Shekels. Janelle Williams starting his 6th over. Just asking that man at that short fine leg region just to go back a bit. Here is he. A full toss that is hit away over extra cover 4 runs.
Yeah, I don't think that was the ball that he wanted to deliver at all. A full toss. Just about waist high. A full toss outside the line of the off stump. And nobody out on the cover sweeper boundary. So essentially a free hit for Zion Phillip, and he moves on to 27. Trinidad and Tobago requiring just 10 for victory.
10 runs needed for victory. He's down the track and hitting this one back past the bowler, 4 more runs. So Zion Phillip has had enough of this pushing and prodding. He's decided that he's going to go after the bowling and has struck his second 4 in succession.
Well, yes, he's seen enough of Janelle Williams. A bit overpitched by Janelle Williams just outside the line of off stump. And Zion Phillip has a good swing at it. Good contact, beating mid-off and down the ground for 4.
118 for 3. They need 124 for victory.
Yes, and just a change in field here. Mid-off comes outside of the circle, just 3/4 of the way. Being sent back a little more. So is mid-off down into the long off position. Not positioned directly on the boundary, but just 3/4 of the way. And we see Janelle Williams again. And he tries to go again, Zion Phillip, but doesn't get a good enough connection. And they just trot through for a single.
So he's just looking to probably finish things off, Zion Phillips.
Yes, indeed.
Trinidad and Tobago, their first victory. They should have at least a healthy point in terms of the extra points, having gotten 5 wickets from using the seam bowlers.
Yes, I'm just going to reiterate the sentiment shared by one of his teammates, Zion Phillip, being greedy. He already taken 8 off of 2 balls and looking for another. Trying to finish the match quickly, but if it's not there, you can just play it down the ground for 1. But he gets a single either way. Ramcharan now on strike. And he's looking to hit hard as well. Getting a bit too full there, Janelle Williams.
Infield though. Pushes it out into the offside field, no run. Full toss over the head of the...
Not called by the square leg umpire, just dipping as it met the batsman's waist. And that ended the over. After 23 overs, Trinidad and Tobago 119 for 3. Just in touching distance of the Windward Islands score.
So just 5 runs needed to complete the victory here. And so far, the weather has held up. We had that little last rain break, but they just brought on just enough covers to cover the pitch. That one just blew over. Charles and Zion Phillip is driving beautifully, 4 runs. What a magnificent shot. That one was, he leaned into that one and he pierced the infield and got 4 runs. And so the players thought that that was the winning run, but just 1 more run needed.
In a bit of a hurry, Zion Williams.
123.
In a bit of a hurry.
Just in a little bit of a hurry. So, still a run to get for Trinidad and Tobago to achieve victory. 123 for 3 in over number 24. Zion Phillip is not out on the 36. Ramcharan just on 1. So the Windward Islands captain just calling in the fielders, trying to prolong the game just a little bit more to delay the inevitable. This is Charles into Phillip. Phillip gets a wide delivery outside the line of the off stump. And an anticlimactic way to end the match. Trinidad and Tobago winning by 7 wickets, getting to 124 for 3 in 23.1 overs. And you could call it a comprehensive victory.
Yeah, most definitely. It was not an easy feat to overhaul 123, but they made it look easy. only losing 3 wickets. A very good all-round performance by Trinidad and Tobago. 3 of their players getting into the 20s. A good start by Jordan, Julian and Davis Guerra. Just set up the platform for them to just cruise after the first power play. So a good win for Trinidad and Tobago, winning by 7 wickets against the Windward Islands on the 15s. And that's the end of the game.
Positive for the Windward Islands in this game was that half century of 55 runs made by Charles.
Yes, that's correct.
And they would take that away, that at least somebody performed in this game, having been overruled by the Trinidadians. Put in this morning to bat, could only muster 123 runs, and the Trinidad and Tobago team getting home with time to spare, 124 for 3.
Yeah, what I think the difference would have been between the 2 innings is just how Trinidad built partnerships. So nobody really got away scoring a big 40 or a 50, but the partnerships that were being built between each batsman really was the difference between the 2 teams. Only one partnership of note for the Windward Islands, the 51-run partnership between Jordan Charles and Janelle Williams, the captain and vice captain. But we carry the positives out of the games and we move forward. You will see us here or hear us here again on the 19th of April when the Leeward Islands will take on the Jamaica on the 15s right here at Ball Beef, Liberta. Again on the 19th of April, 2025.
So let me just give you the scorecard before we leave. For those who are just joining us, the Trinidad and Tobago scorecard. Jordan Julian was bowled by Charles for 21. Davis Guerra, Scott Joseph of Tittle for 15. Caden Pollard was Scott John of Charles for 24. Zion Phillip remained not out on 36. Ethan Ramcharan not out on 1. Bowling for the Windward Islands, Joshawn Joseph, 4 overs, no maiden, 22 runs, no wicket. Dylan John, 4 overs, no maiden, 21 runs, no wicket. Caleb Charles, 2 overs, 5 runs, he had 1 wicket. Delroy Tittle, 2 overs, 16 runs, 1 wicket. And Janelle Williams, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 23 runs, no wicket. Jordan Charles has 5.1 overs, no maidens, 31 runs, 1 wicket. Trinidad and Tobago getting to 124 for 3, winning by 7 wickets. So we'll be back here at Ball Beef for the final match at this venue on Saturday, and that match comes up here on Saturday at Ball Beef. Let me just see if I can tell you who that match will be between.
Yeah, Leeward Islands versus Jamaica.
Yes, Leewards versus Jamaica. So opportunity for the Leeward Islands and the Jamaica fans to come out to Ball Beef to see that one. So Barbados will play Trinidad and Tobago at CCG. Windwards versus Guyana at ARG, and Leewards versus Jamaica here at Liberta. So on behalf of Asha Murray Cornelius and the technical crew here at Ball Beef in Liberta, we leave you with the news that Trinidad and Tobago on the 15 defeated the Windwards on the 15 by 7 wickets. Windwards 123 all out, Trinidad and Tobago 124 for 7. Denmark Robert saying have a pleasant evening, and we'll see you again on Saturday. Good night.